It's election night in the Territory, and in the coming hours we'll find out who'll form the next government.
4 years ago, at the height of the pandemic, Michael Gunner won a second term for Labor, rewarded for keeping the NT open for business and for keeping COVID out.
A year and a half later, with the government in trouble and citing family reasons, Mr Gunner had resigned.
And turbulence followed. His successor, Natasha Files, resigned after less than 2 years in the job over undeclared mining shares, replaced by Eva Lawler, who's led a government facing growing pressure over its handling of crime and the cost of living.
The Country Liberal Party leader, Lia Finocchiaro, has been here before. At the last election, she helped the party gain 6 seats, enough to keep her job. Tonight, she's hoping to return the CLP to power.
As polls close, election speculation ends right here, right now. We're about to get the people's verdict.
Live from Darwin on Larrakia Country, welcome to NT Votes.
Welcome to the ABC's Election Centre here in Darwin. We're live on ABC television and local radio throughout the NT, plus around the country on the ABC News channel. Hello to you wherever you are watching or listening to us this evening. I'm Eleni Roussos.
And I'm Bridget Brennan. Polls have closed across the Northern Territory, which means counting will soon get underway and we'll start to get an idea of how Territorians have voted.
It wouldn't be an ABC election without our Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green. Antony, welcome back to the Territory. COVID kept you out 4 years ago. It's great to see you back in town.
It's good to be back.
Can you take us through the current state of play for the Territory Parliament?
Well, look, we'll start with the position of the last election when the Gunner government was re-elected. What we saw then was the Labor Party got back with 14 seats. The Country Liberals increased from 2 to 8 seats. There were 2 independents, and the Territory Alliance was around at the last election, polled about 14% of the vote, and Robin Lamney was returned for the Territory Alliance at the last election. What's happened then, since then, we've had a few changes. Firstly, the Country Liberals are down to 7. They lost the Daly by-election, which gave Labor an extra seat. Labor lost the seat when the member for Blaine, Mark Turner, was departed from the party. He joined the crossbenchers, and Robin Lamney's becoming an independent again. So we're starting position tonight is Labor 14, Country Liberals 7. Others for Labor, if they lose 2 seats, they lose the majority. The Country Liberals need 6 seats for majority government. Somewhere between 2 and 6 seats will produce a minority government of one shade or the other. The battle will be for the 2 sides to end up with more seats if there is going to be a hung parliament.
Antony, of course, we'll bring viewers' numbers from right across the Territory tonight, but where is this election likely to be won and lost?
Well, the first thing, the swing is likely to be against the current government. That's the way what happens after 2 terms. So we're expecting the battle to be fought mainly in Labor seats, Country Liberals trying to win seats. But the first thing the party has to do is hold its own seats. They won Barclay by only 5 votes last time. This is an electorate twice the size of Victoria, but only has 6,000 voters, covers a third of the territory. So that's the first seat the CLP must hold. And there's a lot of remote outback seats, remote polling in that electorate. The next up is Namatjira, which also runs into the outback, but comes right into Alice Springs, where it's up against Breitling, which is another marginal seat, though it's not expected to be in play at this election, though there is some interest in how the Greens will do there. So beyond that, the next seat that the Labor CLP want to gain is Daly. This is the seat that was lost at the by-election, runs from Darwin Harbour right down to near the Victoria River. So that's the first seat that the CLP would want to gain. Then they move into Darwin. Port Darwin is a natural CLP seat. It's a seat, the most affluent Darwin seat, and Robin Carl is a very strong Country Liberal candidate, and of course Paul Kirby, the Labor member, is retiring. He was re-elected last time, the first time when Labor had ever won that seat 2 terms in a row. Next up, Fong Lim, which is next door and runs from Stewart Park to Berrima, a really mixed seat, and it's a seat which must go CLP must win if it hopes to win government. Beyond that, we're into Palmerston and Blaine, which is where Mark Turner, the ex-Labor MP, is running again as an independent. That's, if the CLP can pick up that seat as well, that's 4. And then what's interesting is the 5th seat beyond there is Drysdale, which is the Chief Minister's seat, margin of 5.4%. But if Eva Lawler could lose that seat, and that may actually mark the point where the government loses its majority, produces a CLP majority. Now, if Drysdale doesn't fall or any of those other seats are missed, then the election result depends on the northern suburbs of Darwin. That's where all the marginal seats are, plus Goyder, where there's an independent against CLP campaign going on. So there's a lot to watch tonight, and sometime in the next 45 minutes, we'll start getting votes.
Thank you, Antony. Let's introduce you to the panel that we've assembled here tonight to help you make sense of the results and what they mean for Territorians. With us on the desk is former Chief Minister, Labor's Natasha Fyles, and
the Deputy Leader, also the Country Liberal Party Leader, Gerard Maley. Great to see you.
Great to see you, thank you.
as well as Tom Morgan, the ABC's political reporter who's based in Darwin and has covered the campaign closely. Tom, unlike the bigger states, we don't have many published polls to help give us a sense of the numbers heading into tonight. But what have both sides been telling you about their chances this evening?
Good evening, Eleni. Good evening, Bridget. Yeah, both sides say it will be tight, at least publicly. Behind the scenes, as you mentioned, there's not much polling, so there's been a lot of speculation as to the final result tonight. Everything from a massive CLP majority right through to a Labor minority is what has been speculated throughout this campaign. Labor will be hoping that they can win at least one of those two seats in Central Australia that Antony mentioned to help offset any losses that they might see, particularly in inner city Darwin. Labor will be very closely watching some of the results and are nervous about seats like Karama, for instance, and also the Chief Minister's seat, where by all measures it sounds like it'll come down to the wire, and we may not know the result in Drysdale for a few days.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tom, for your analysis. Well, Natasha Fyles, when you resigned as the Chief Minister back in December with some undeclared shares, a lot of people had written Labor off. Do you think Eva Lawler has done enough to shore up support for the party and win a possible third term?
Politics is ups and downs, and for me personally, that's a different story. But I think Eva has done a tremendous job. She's someone that truly loves the territory, and she has got out there right across the NT and not been afraid to share her views. So I think people have found that refreshing. But as we know, territory elections are very tight due to those small electorates where we know everybody, and that personal incumbency plays such a huge role.
Yeah, it can be a handful of votes, so we'll keep an eye on it tonight.
Gerard Maley, the economy is down. Crime is front of mind for many Territorians heading into this election. Anything short of a win for your party will be a failure, would it not?
Well, I don't think so. Look, Lia Finocchiaro has done a great job. She's a strong leader. She's brought the party back from basically the brink to where it is now, which is a strong, united party. We've got great candidates right across the Northern Territory, and we've got good local members who've been out working hard for the last 4 years, listening to the community, hearing what's been going on. And what we've been hearing is that Labor has failed to keep Territorians safe. It doesn't matter where you live in the Territory, in Alice Springs, Tennant Creek, Katherine, or anywhere. People don't feel safe in their own home. People don't feel safe to go shopping. And that's been playing on people's minds. And what we've been hearing, it's time for a change. And look, Lia has taken us. She's a great leader. And the party is united. That's one thing that the CLP is really strong with. We've got a united team. We've got a really strong party in behind us supporting us. The volunteers have done a great job. And our party membership has really stepped up and really come out and helped right across the Northern Territory. No matter where you're in droves to try and make a change, because we're hearing on the ground that people want to change and it's time for a change, and tonight we're going to find out.
Thanks, Gerard. Well, let's take you now live to our reporter, Isabella Tolhurst, who's at a vote counting centre in Darwin. Bella, good evening to you. We can see votes being sorted behind you. Hive of activity there. Can we expect a quick count tonight?
Good evening, Bridget. It is going to be a quicker count tonight, hopefully, so we can all go home a bit earlier than usual. But as you said, the vote is already underway. They've been pouring out heaps of votes onto tables here. This voting centre here in Eaton is where votes from early polling, remote stations, and of course around Darwin are being brought together and being counted. This particular bay is counting some of those key seats that we're looking at, including Port Darwin and Blaine. So some of those, seats that we'll be keeping a close eye on tonight will be decided here. The reason we're expecting hopefully a quicker count tonight is also because last election was during the pandemic. There were social distancing rules and safety measures in place that meant we couldn't have as many people in these bays working together. But as you can see, we're in a huge voting centre today. This is just a fraction of it that you're seeing now, and there's hundreds of volunteers who are working hard to get us some results tonight. Now, I'm also joined by the NTEC Commissioner, who has been working very hard today. Commissioner, what have some of the highlights of this election and today's voting been?
Yeah, so some of the highlights are certainly the 19-week remote engagement and education program that we did from April this year to raise awareness to remote Territorians about the election. So we're now at the counting period. So today at Eaton and in Alice Springs, we'll be counting the early votes. So over about 62,000 early votes will be counted here and in Alice Springs tonight. And today we had about 23,000 votes cast at election day voting centres, and they'll be counted at the 31 voting centres across the territory.
And do you expect that we'll be able to get through all of those votes tonight, or will there be some more time that's needed to finalise the counting?
Yeah, we're certainly hopeful, and we've planned to get through all of those tonight, and we've been monitoring the voting numbers during the week. We are counting postal votes tomorrow, so there'll be some additional counting tomorrow, and what we can't commence tonight, we'll carry that over tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you. So these volunteers will be working until 10:30 tonight when they have to stop the vote, stop the count, I suppose, and then we'll work throughout the weekend and into next week if they need to make sure we've got the final results.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Thanks very much, Bella. Well, let's go to Kyle Dowling at the ALP Function Centre at Darwin's Waratah Club. Kyle, good evening to you. What's the Labor Party telling you about their chances tonight?
Well, Bridget, what we've heard so far is still that Labor are hopeful. They're hopeful that they can, at the very least, retain 13 of their seats, if not pick up some of the marginal seats as well. Of course, there are a lot of tight contests that are going to be happening across the territory, and a lot of work for Labor to do. I mean, particularly over the last couple of years, we have seen frustration among NT constituents over particularly issues like crime. Cost of living has been another key one as well. So, of course, Labor are hoping that under Eva Lawler, that she has steered the ship, so to say, that they can secure at least 13 votes tonight. Of course, her electorate, Eva Lawler, is one that they're going to be keeping a close eye on. Palmerston is typically a CLP stronghold, so that's one they're going to be keeping a close eye on, and there's numerous others as well, such as Fong Lim, that could be potentially one that they could lose, but they're hopeful at this stage that they can, of course, return to a third term of government.
Thank you, Kyle. Moles Holbrook Walk is across town at the Italian Club in the Darwin suburb of Marara at the Country Liberal Party's function. Miles, good evening to you. The CLP needs to win 6 seats to form a majority government. Do party officials think that kind of result is on the cards tonight?
Well, Eleni, they're certainly hopeful for it. There's perhaps a touch of cautious optimism here at the Marara Italian Club, and there's a very pointed reason the Country Liberal Party have set up here. They know they need to win seats here in the northern suburbs, where Labor has set up many strongholds across the electorate. If the CLP can make inroads there, that will take them a long way to getting to that 13-seat majority. I think there is a real mood among people, though, that the Country Liberal Party thinking if they can't beat Labor now, then when? And it is such an important election to win for the Country Liberal Party if they are to return to government. They're certainly, as the crowd's just strolling, we're not seeing any of the major politicians yet, probably signifying just how close they think this election could be run, that they're still staying out at voting stations which have just closed and heading back over here now before the count begins and results become clearer.
Thank you, Miles. We can see anticipation is certainly building here in the Territory. Gerard Maley, to you, the CLP says that it has legislation ready to go to combat crime in the Territory. Is this an unrealistic solution to what is a complex issue in the Territory?
No, look, I don't think it is at all. People in the Northern Territory are sick of the revolving door of bail. And what we've done is we've introduced some bail to legislation, which I know the Labor Party voted down, but we've bundled it together and called it Declan's Law. We want to make sure that if you're an offender out out there, you're on the back foot when it comes to bail. People deserve to be safe, and they're telling us that people just aren't safe in their own homes when they go shopping. So what we want to do is put people on the back foot and say there's a presumption against bail, which means that you might not get bail if you do an offence. And we've got a whole range of things about a serious violence offence, repeat offenders, because we think that Territorians need to be safe. And one thing to do is to stop that revolving door of bail, because there need to be consequences.
Crime has been a key issue for your party's campaign. Is your party trying to drum up votes by focusing on crime so much?
No, I think our party is actually listening to Territorians. We're out there every day right across the Northern Territory, and that's what people are telling us. People have had a gutful, and enough's enough. It's time for a change. It's people feeling unsafe in their own home, feeling unsafe to go shopping, feeling unsafe to take their children to school or put them on a bus. That's what Territorians are saying is a real issue, and they want something to be done about it. We know Labor government have been in power for 8 years and failed because the results of in relation to crime are going up, the economy is going backwards, and it's time for a change.
Natasha, is that fair? Has Labor failed on this issue?
I think it's a very complex issue, and Territorians get that. We're dealing with, government policies, both federal and territory, over many years, decades, that have seen us land where we are. And so it's making sure that we have the immediate measures that the community want to see, but also investing so that we don't see it again into the future. I think there is, a change wish, but they are very cautious of the country Liberals. That 2012 to 16 period really undid a lot of good work that had been put in place earlier on. So, Territorians are cautious around that.
Natasha Files, you mentioned that the 2016 period undid a lot of work, but with all due respect, the Labor Party has been in power for 19 of the last 23 years in the Northern Territory. Have you dropped the ball? Has your party dropped the ball? And are you not reading the electorate when it comes to crime?
I guess when I talk to that point, it's about the investment into Territory families, child protection that we saw in about 2010, and we did have a bipartisan approach at that point with the now federal Indigenous Affairs Minister. So we saw that investment into those early years, and also education. A large part of solving these issues is tackling poverty, homelessness and education. So they're incredibly complex, but I acknowledge, as any government, there's things you do and there's absolutely more to do.
Tom, we've heard this is a complex, generational, nuanced topic. How do the policy promises and pledges match up to the complexity of this issue?
Well, it's been a very rhetoric-driven campaign, really, from both sides. I think that, it has been on the surface very simple. There's been, talk of Declan's Law from the CLP, which, obviously goes to address some issues that the CLP has with what it sees in the bail laws. Labor has sort of promised a lot more police on the ground, as the alternative, $570 million over 5 years to the police service. But, you have people in police who say that you can't police your way out of generational issues that the Northern Territory experiences. So, there is a question here as to whether the major parties have actually been treating this issue with the nuance that it does deserve. There have been people out in the community. There's been a sort of campaign around smarter justice by some third parties to really drum up and talk about ways that we can actually deal with this issue from a much more nuanced level, from areas of rehabilitation rather than jail.
Gerard Maley, bush seats are crucial for your party tonight. It was those bush seats that helped the country Liberals to come back to power in 2012. But how, when you take a final look at your party's promises for the bush this election, they've been quite bare, to say the least. Your party's promising a return to remote regional councils if elected. That's about it. I mean, are you sacrificing the remote vote at the expense to drum up votes in Darwin?
Certainly not. We're listening to Territorians right across. And what Aboriginal people and people in the community are saying, they want to be able to have an opportunity to make a decision about how they operate their communities. And we think returning back to that local government sphere or space is the way to do that. We want to work with the communities and come up with a model that suits them and suits the people who live in those communities. And as well as that, keeping people safe, no matter where you live. It doesn't matter if you live in a community or in Darwin, you still need to be safe in your own home. So we want to deal with the crime issue, and we want to give the people back in the communities an opportunity to have their say on how they want to run their community. And we think that those things will work nicely together to make the bush a better place to live and certainly a safer place.
I guess the key question that a lot of voters will be asking is, what is the CLP planning to do around the underlying reasons why crime is occurring, because you can trace it back to poverty, to the issues and the disadvantages that Indigenous Territorians in particular face compared to non-Indigenous Territorians. So is the CLP, do you think the CLP's done enough in that area to try and develop policies and sell policies to deal with those issues?
Yes, I think we do. We've got policies in relation to education. I think some of these issues that we're discussing today is the basis is a lack of education. So we want to make sure that no matter where you live in the Northern Territory, you've got an opportunity to go to school. No matter how old you are, you need to go to school to learn an education, and then we can move on from that into giving the police some more power to deal with some problem drunks, giving the police power to deal with people drinking in a public place, because crime and antisocial behaviour is an issue. And I don't think no matter where you go in the Northern Territory, you see people who are intoxicated walking around the street, and that generally leads to either domestic violence or more crime. So we want to stamp that out as well by giving the police some more power in relation to the 2-kilometre law, and also more importantly, get these children back to school and support the families to get these children to school, because that's where it all stems from. We need to make sure that every child, no matter where you live, has an opportunity to go to school, and that's very high on our agenda.
Thanks a lot, Jared. We're going to go to Kate Warden now, the Labor candidate in Sanderson in Darwin. Good evening to you, Kate. How was the day and what were you hearing on the polls today?
Good evening. Oh, look, it was a long, hot day, as we have always here in the Northern Territory, usually on election day, but it was I felt quite a positive day today, and, lots of really good cheer around, and we're a very strong, united team, so there was lots of back and forth between all of the candidates across the Northern Territory today, and I would say it was very positive.
Kate Warden, it's Thomas Morgan here. Sanderson is a very safe Labor seat, but obviously, talking to the panel here, crime is a huge issue. How much do you think voters will be casting their ballots against you tonight, and do you think that you could lose your seat in the northern suburbs?
Hi, Tom. Yes. Look, I don't think there's any such thing as a safe Labor seat or a safe Liberal seat here in the Northern Territory. I think, the history of the Sanderson seat has been a bit back and forth. We've seen Liberal members hold it and we've seen Labor members hold it. I've worked incredibly hard over the last 8 years in Sanderson, so I do hope that the people of Sanderson appreciate that. But, this is what happens every 4 years, and it's a popularity contest and an ideological contest. So that's what I expect in my seat. But we do have challenges here in the Northern Territory, but I can tell you that over the last 8 years I've been working intensively with people in my area, but also having a say in government where we've done, really looking at those issues around poverty, making sure that we can increase our housing, making sure we're, working really hard with the federal government to get that exceptional education funding coming through to the Northern Territory. So we've got kids in school, and, you've heard Eva Lawler, our fantastic leader, saying we need to get the Territory working, and that's exactly what we need. We need the Territory, everybody across the Northern Territory engaged socially and economically. So we're not without those challenges, but the ballot box will tell us today how people feel about that.
In your capacity on an issue very closely related to crime, in your capacity as the Minister for Prevention of Family, Sexual and Domestic Violence, do you think the government has focused on this issue, and do you think the campaign from both parties has focused enough on this issue? It's a huge issue that obviously Territorians grapple with, they can see every day as well.
So it's a really good thing that you're raising, Tom, because domestic, family and sexual violence is utterly abhorrent, and we see unacceptable levels here in the Northern Territory. Those things are linked, as I said, with, that poverty, that disconnection between economic and social participation by all Territorians, and it's just not good enough. But what people have seen over the last 8 years from our government is a consistent plan. We often hear about the $180 million. Well, that was our work that costed that out, and so we have made that really firm commitment. We've already invested an additional $50 million into that, but this is one of those issues that we cannot win alone. We need more funding into this space, and that's why we've been constantly calling for the federal government to come in on partnership with us. All we've seen from the CLP is we'll do that too. Well, what they're living off the back of is the plans that the Northern Territory Labor government have put in place and are implementing over a number of years.
I understand, obviously, that crack at the CLP, but you've been in government for 8 years, and one of the decisions that you made a year ago was to only fund around $20 million for domestic, family and sexual violence services, and then you came out during this election campaign and committed that full $180 million over 5 years. Even now, people in the sector say that's only the bare minimum they need to actually do their jobs. I mean, surely the Territory government could be putting more into this space as well.
So, Tom, what we know is we need to put in place all the foundations first, and we've been working incredibly hard on that. It's not one that you can suddenly take the full 180 and put it out there, because we won't have the workers, and we won't have the programs. So we've been working incrementally over a number of years. Why we came out, unlike the CLP who just said they'd match it and have no idea about this space, what we said we would do is we wanted to give the industry certainty. We wanted to make sure that all our stakeholders knew that a re-elected Labor Lawler government will continue to that investment, and that's how much money we will be putting over the next 3 years.
Kate Warden will be watching your seat closely. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Natasha, we'll take it to you. We just heard from Kate Warden saying that, quote, the Territory needs to be working socially and economically again. How much time does your party need to work this out?
And I think just, adding, I guess, being out on the polling booths for the last 2 weeks on pre-poll, Kate is someone that has worked incredibly hard. I totally agree with her that no seat in the Territory is safe. They're so small. The joke used to be upset a few, Italian or Greek families and there goes your seat. But she has worked incredibly hard and she's been very diligent in this space. Domestic and family violence is tragic. And so, the funding, and it's not a time tonight to get into it, but that needs-based funding that the Northern Territory keeps calling for. But I think it's an area that really has a spotlight shone on it under our government. We had work done where we looked across government, where we could see what each agency needed to do and what they were spending. And yes, we need to continue to do more. But I think this is something post-election I very much would like to be a part of the work of understanding education, health, police, all of those agencies, how we're working together. But it is good to see, that 180 million, which is what the sector called for. But do we need to do more? Yes.
Natasha, there was outrage in the sector, though, around the funding commitment that was made last year that went nowhere near even that $180 million. Do you acknowledge that your party could have done a lot more, a lot sooner in this space?
I think that it's an area that always takes investment, and I think one of the complexities, it's interesting when you have been in a minister portfolio and a chief minister and then you step away and you have those relationships and talking to people and understanding, and I think DV, sadly, across government is an area that we really need to dive into and see what is being spent where. It might be notionally allocated as DV, but is that really true? And I think this is an area that I'd like to see that work so that we can, one, understand the investments that are taking place. They're incredibly complex, that funding. You get 10 million this year, 20 million the next year, but also, that deeper dive into it.
Jared, is that a fair point from Kate Warden that although the CLP has talked extensively about personal safety and crime on the streets and at homes and businesses, have you spoken enough about family violence? The prevalence is enormous here in the Northern Territory.
Well, it certainly is, and that's a major concern right across the Northern Territory. And yes, we have spoken to lots of people. We've been out talking right across the Northern Territory, and I think that's one thing that Labor haven't been doing. They haven't been listening to these people who are crying out. Because remember, it's the Labor government who changed the law in 2019, took the power away from the police to be able to deal with problem people who are out there drinking on the street, to be proactive and to ask them, what's your name? Can we do a search of you? Are you breaching a domestic violence order? Are you breaching a bail law? To allow the police to do their job and be proactive. All the police could do after 2019 was tip out the alcohol. And what was happening, this is what the people are telling us in the street, that people just continue to drink in public places right across the Northern Territory, not just in Darwin, which created these domestic violence situations occurring after people have been drinking and become intoxicated, not to mention the crime that caused. So what we want to do is go back and empower the police to be able to do their job and be proactive and actually stop those crimes before they begin and stop the domestic violence.
It's an interesting point, Jared, though, because there's been a landmark coronial inquest here in the Northern Territory into some shocking deaths of 3 Aboriginal women, and in some of those cases the evidence that's been heard in court is that the police response has really been scrutinised and criticised in many ways. Is there a need for reform within the police on this?
Well, look, the police do a great job. Those frontline workers, whether you're a police officer, a fireman, a nurse or a paramedic, they are wonderful. They do a great job. And I think they have saved the Territory because some of the policies that the Labor government have brought in over the last 8 years have really gone backwards in relation to giving the police the power to do things and protecting Territorians, because that's their job. What's happening, and we ask some questions in Parliament, and 2 out of 3 times you see someone in a paddy wagon is not because they've been arrested for a crime, but they're dealing with a drunk person. So all that issue takes up those police's time and resources to run around these drunk people who become intoxicated because the police weren't be able to be proactive earlier, instead of going out there and dealing with the crime. So it's really across the board that we need to make sure the police have got the power to go and do their job and protect Territorians and keep them safe.
Thank you, Jared. We will now cross to the ABC reporter Lee Robinson, who's with us this evening in Alice Springs at the CLP headquarters. Lee, good evening to you. It's great to see you. Can you explain the vibe tonight?
Well, good evening, Eleni. Some CLP members and supporters have slowly started to trickle in here tonight, though it is still early on in the piece. And of those members that I've spoken to, they've said that they are quietly and cautiously optimistic about a victory going their way. However, they have admitted that there are a number of seats that they are still worried about. Now, Alice Springs has historically been a CLP stronghold, with 2 of the 3 seats here in Alice Springs held by the Country Liberals, and the third one being the seat of Araluen, held by independent member Robin Lamley, a former Country Liberal Party member herself. Now, with crime and community safety being a key election issue, and with 2 curfews called in Alice Springs this year in response to crime, violence and unrest in the town, the CLP will be hoping to extend their leads in these seats, as well as in the seat of Barkly to a bit further north. While those seats were won with just a narrow margin in 2020, they will be hoping to extend that lead, and if they're unable to retain those seats, you'd imagine their path to victory would be a lot more difficult this evening, Eleni.
Lee, you mentioned that the CLP is worried tonight about some crucial bush seats. Which seats are they?
Well, the seats that they currently hold is the seat of Barkly, which was won just with a narrow margin, only a handful of votes, and that one's held by Steve Edgington, based in Tennant Creek. The other being the hybrid seat of Namatjira, which is held by Bill Yan, and that takes in both the township of Alice Springs as well as some of the more rural area outside of town. As I mentioned, those seats were only won with a narrow margin, and they will be hoping to extend that lead. If they're unable to do that, their pathway to victory will be difficult tonight, Eleni.
Thank you, Lee.
Natasha, some early results from scrutinies coming in?
I just need to say these are tiny early results. And as I was just saying, you know, a whole family can change an election result, but and it's a real mixed bag. So we've got Waggat Beach, which is just across the harbour in Daly, and that's showing a 9% swing to Labor. And I think and Antony made note of it before, we've got 3 seats that we picked up in by-elections. So those members have not been to a general election. So it's a real test of how hard have they gotten out and worked. But that's just very early. And then down in Central Australia, the Breitling booth, and I'm getting the look from Antony, so these are, you know, raw figures from scrutineers, but, you know, adding a little interest already. But it shows a 4% primary swing against the CLP, which, you know, this is territory elections. They throw things, you know, different ways. And that's not to Labor, that's to the Greens. I should be very clear there, sorry.
That's a key question is in Breitling, because Labor has, you know, been quietly saying that while they may not necessarily have a fantastic result in Breitling, the Greens were looking really dangerous there, and they said that across all of Alice Springs there was some internal polling that showed that the Greens were polling up to 23% in June in Alice Springs, and Labor suspected that was mainly concentrated in Breitling. So if the Greens are doing well there tonight, it could be a really interesting contest.
And they're telling me that that's a rural area booth, which you would think, Jared, you're maybe a little more conservative than perhaps towns. So, but I think it's interesting, you know, that Greens, you know, people often think of, you know, perhaps my electorate as a Green seat, but, you know, these people, you know, are right across the territory. So that's interesting. Very early.
Antony, always a big caveat with early numbers.
Oh, the one thing I would caution people is that if you're getting early figures, they're actually quite small polling places. There are some early voting centres. They've started counting on Karama in Eden Early Voting Centre. There's 1,500 votes there, 1,400 in Nightcliff, 1,700 in Sanderson. So those are like 30 to 35% of the electorate that they've started counting. So we will get, because there's only a third of people have voted today, we will get some small polling places early. There will be maybe 100 or two in only some of these places, and the election will be decided when the big early voting centres come in. So we all have to be cautious. You get variability from one polling place to polling place. At a big interstate general election, they cancel out as the figures come in. But in the Northern Territory, you might get 3 results all night. So a bit of difference from one to the other causes a bit of jumping around.
Yes, it does. We're going to go to Katherine now, where our reporter James Elton is standing by. Good evening, James. Looking like a lovely evening there in Katherine. A seat that hasn't perhaps got as much attention as some other spots, but still a very interesting contest, isn't it?
It is indeed, and you're right to say it hasn't had the same attention as other places. I think that's largely because this is CLP heartland. The incumbent here, Joe Hersey, will be a very senior figure in a CLP government if they do win government this evening. She is in a pretty strong position here because Katherine has been a CLP seat for nearly its entire history. Just one election cycle where it fell into Labor's hands before it was quickly wrested back. But having said that, Joe Hersey does hold the seat on a relatively slim margin. It's 2.5% at the last election. And there is a very interesting 3-horse race here where you have a pretty high-profile Labor candidate, but also a pretty high-profile independent candidate who's got a sizable army of volunteers and has been out really making the most of the campaign over the last few weeks. And it'll be difficult to predict what's going to happen with preferences. If that independent candidate, Sam Phelan, can get herself into second place on the primary vote, then she'll collect all of the Labor candidates' preferences just about, because that's how Labor's directed them on their how to vote cards, and that would put her in a pretty competitive position. But on the other hand, if Labor comes in second to the incumbent, then it's going to be much harder to predict because the independent is not directing her preferences. So those will spray all over the place, and we've seen in previous elections in Katherine that can make the outcome quite narrow, especially in an electorate where voter turnout is really quite low. Only 70% of enrolled voters actually voted in Katherine at the last election, which means the question of who actually shows up is an important one in predicting the outcome.
Yeah, it is concerning to hear of that low voter turnout. And James, are the issues in Katherine similar to what we're seeing in other major centres like Darwin and Alice Springs, or are there unique things that voters are taking to the voting booth?
I think there's a bit of both. I think it's certainly fair to say when you talk to voters around here that crime and antisocial behaviour tops their list. Katherine does have very similar rates of things like break-ins and alcohol-fuelled violence to Alice Springs, but it hasn't had that same intense national glare that Alice Springs has had. It doesn't get raised in federal parliament, for instance, in the same way. So that means that there are people here who are quite fearful. It's very frequent to hear about people having break-in stories, and they don't feel like they get perhaps the same recognition for that hardship as they might in some other parts of the territory. And then the independent candidate here, she's running very strongly on a water-based platform. And this is the Big Rivers region of the Northern Territory. This is an area that featured very prominently in that recent Four Corners episode about water extraction and planned rates of water extraction for agriculture in the territory for industries like cotton. The Beetaloo Basin is not all that far away. So these issues of environmental issues are also simmering in the background, certainly in Katherine.
Thanks a lot, James. Well, Jared, how do you rate Joe Hersey in Katherine tonight?
Look, Jo has been working very hard. She's been in Katherine a long time, and she's part of a united team. And Lia has been travelling around the Northern Territory. And I think with Lia's leadership and with Jo's connection into Katherine and the work she's done over the last 4 years is going to get her across the line. She's an excellent local member. She's an excellent member in Parliament. She really stands up for her community. And I think that's going to be noted across the whole board, because we know we're only hearing early numbers, but Jo has worked very hard. She's a very committed politician, and she's embedded into that community.
Jared, I was in Katherine last weekend and I did see a lot of call flutes up for Joe Hersey, but also for the independent Sam Phelan. I didn't see very many from Labor. Do you think the independent could pose a challenge there in Katherine?
Well, look, ultimately, everyone is cautious and everyone is a threat. There's no question, because we know that we have very low numbers. But I really believe that Jo has done the hard work, and she's committed, and she's part of the team. And Lia has driven the team from where it was back in 2016 to where it was almost wiped out, to a really strong force. And I generally believe that she's a good chance of being the next Chief Minister. I know I'm a bit out there, but I know we're only numbers. But I think Lia has got what it takes to be a very, very strong leader.
Nick Lovering, the local high school principal, running also on a platform of looking a bit deeper into issues in Katherine.
Nick's a terrific person, so a shout out to Nick. I went down and did some door knocking with him and spent some time. You know, it's really hard putting your hand up to become a candidate in Parliament, and so I acknowledge all of those that have won party pre-selection and gotten out there. It's tough. People start to judge you all of a sudden because they might have a different view, and will your friendship, you know, stand that test? But he's well connected into the community and he's worked incredibly hard. The Katherine show, Jared and I were both there, and it was positive for us. But you know, at the same time, you know, people might not necessarily at that environment want to come up and share everything. You know, voting is very personal. But Nick has worked incredibly hard, and just want to acknowledge that. He's sitting around his front yard having a barbecue with his volleys and family. He's got 4 kids, so they're always going somewhere. But just to acknowledge that.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's tough work, as you say, putting your hand up, and there'll be a lot of people a bit anxious and stressed tonight. Tom, I want to talk about independent candidates, because it seems to be a much more prominent factor this year than in previous years. Of course, we've got a lot of federal MPs at that federal level. How much has it changed the campaign to have some new faces and different platforms that aren't aligned with the major parties?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. You go out and talk to people, particularly in the northern suburbs, and I think that while, you know, some of the local candidates can be very popular, some of the local sitting MLAs can be really popular, there's also, I think, a real feel for change out there. But one of the things that I did pick up on, and I think Jared probably might want to also, I guess, speak to, is that, you know, you ask them, you know, do you like your local member, your Labor member? Yeah, they, you know, but I'm not going to vote for her this time. You ask them how they feel about the CLP. They're like, no, I don't know if I want to vote for them this time. I think I'm going to vote for the independent. It was quite surprising how often people actually said, I want to look at a different party, a different, you know, a different candidate. And so I think maybe, I'm not sure exactly what is driving that. It could be the issue of crime, and perhaps that both parties were so focused on that issue that they lost sight of the other issues, the environment, cost of living, all these other issues that voters care about that perhaps were being a bit overlooked through this campaign. It's going to be an interesting one to see when we start to get some results in from seats like Johnston, Kurrama, Graham Sawyer, a former Darwin Lord Mayor, is running in that's gone out of my head now, in Wanguri, where Nicole Manison is stepping down from this election. So there could be some really interesting results in seats like that.
Thank you, Tom. And in a moment, we will cross to quite a high profile who joins us now, Justine Davis, who's running in the seat of Johnston. But to get an update on how that seat and how that seat is sitting tonight, Tom, how are we looking?
Yeah, well, I'm sure that, I guess, Antony might have some first figures for us. I'm not sure at this point. No figures
yet.
Fannie seat.
Justine, we'll go to you. How are you feeling tonight? You've run quite an impressive campaign. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited. I feel like whatever happens from tonight, whatever happens at the polls, we've won this campaign. It's been incredible over the last few months, the community support. You can see some of it behind me here. People are really ready for change. I think we just heard Thomas say that he's heard that from people as well. And we've been able to harness that energy for change and really turn it into a very visible movement across Johnston. So I'm feeling very hopeful about our future.
Hi, Justine. Yeah, it's Tom again. I wanted to ask you, when I first met you, I actually went out to the Rapid Creek markets to be doing a story on the independents, and I noted that you had a shop front at the Rapid Creek markets. You had 6 or 7 volunteers actually out the front of that shop front on a busy Sunday morning talking to voters. Sounds like it's been a very well-resourced campaign. How much of that is being driven by, I guess, the community grassroots and people wanting to make a difference in the local community?
I mean, I think that's 100% what's driven this campaign. So people from day one, from before I even decided to run, people were encouraging me to do this and wanted someone to stand up for them and stand up for community, and that's just grown and grown. And as you said, you saw some of that when you came to Rapid Creek markets, and it's just continued to build. Even up to last week, we still had new people coming along who wanted to volunteer for this campaign.
I mean, you know, it's a very safe Labor seat on paper. So why do you think, and again, I've been to the electorate a few times, I've seen corflutes everywhere for you, why do you think there may have been, and obviously we need to wait for the figures to confirm this, but it seems like there has been a lot of support out there for you. Why do you think, what do you think is a contributing factor that has made Joel Bowden, a sitting incumbent with a high profile, particularly vulnerable, do you think, tonight?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that there is no such thing as a safe seat. We've seen that across Australia, and I think we're going to see that tonight in the Northern Territory. I think people don't like being taken for granted. They're not happy with either major party, you know, and that's what I'm running a campaign to offer an alternative to people. It's not against any individual. It's about saying the two-party system that we've got is not working for people. They're delivering the same old answers to the problems that we all know we have, and they're not answers that are working. So I think that's really driven a lot of support behind this campaign. That's why, if you go through our electorate, you'll see posters up all over people's houses, because they want to say we want change, and they want to show other people that's what they believe too.
Through this campaign, you've raised, I believe, over $27,000. A big part of that, $10,000, came from a group called Represent NT. Can you give us any idea about who that is, who's donating to Represent NT, and what your relationship is with them?
Yeah, so I think we've raised about $25,000 from people in the community, from small donations, and Represent's an organisation. I won't comment on how they work, that's a conversation for them, but they've been set up to support independents, and their work is to look at how they can resource independent campaigns. We don't have any big business behind us, we don't have any big party resources, and so they're saying, how can we try and level the playing field a little bit by supporting the independents who want to make a difference.
Justine, we'll be watching the results in Johnston quite closely through the night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Antony, what are some of the challenges that independents face in the Northern Territory?
Well, they face them in many contests, but in particular at this election, there's only 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates per seat. The problem that the independents have is to win, they have to get ahead of one or both major party candidates. In the case of Johnston, we've got Joel Bowden, the sitting member, Gary Strachan, the CLP candidate, Justine Davis, and then a Green. If the two major parties get a third of the vote each, more than a third of the vote, no other candidate can win, because together they've got less than a third of the vote, and they will be excluded, and one of the major parties get elected. To win, an independent has to get ahead during the distribution of preferences or on first preferences. They have to be ahead of one of the major party candidates and then maybe benefit from preferences. Now, in the case of Justine Davis in a seat like Johnston, if she's in third place, she will get some Green preferences and get ahead of Gary Strachan if his votes stay down around 25, and can beat Labor in that way, in the same way a CLP candidate couldn't. So that's where preferences sometimes turn upside down, and independent wins where an opposing major party candidate couldn't. The problem, say, for the Greens winning is in all these seats, if the Greens do get into second or third place, and Labor is one of the final two. The CLP on exclusion are recommending preferences to the independent, but then to Labor ahead of the Greens. So I think that's the problem that some of these independents and Greens will face, is they have to drive down the major parties' votes and then get ahead of one of the major parties before they have any chance. So they've got to get a big vote in their own right.
Thank you, Antony. Gerard Maley, we hear that you have some intel coming through.
Yes, look, I've got some results coming out of Tamimian High School, which is a big booth in the rural area. And if I just look at my phone, the result that I've been given, and I'm not sure how accurate they are, but they are from the scrutineer, is 538 to Andrew Mackay, the CLP candidate, and 264 to Belinda. So there seems to be a big swing to the CLP in that seat, which was traditionally held by an independent. And of course now it's up for grabs, and hopefully Andrew has done the job. And I know he's worked really hard out there. He's a rural boy. He went to Tamimian when he grew up in the rural area. And by the looks of the early results, and I'm very, very cautious here, he certainly won that particular booth.
What do you think has helped your party gain the momentum in the rural area?
Oh, look, I think we've been working as part of a rural team. We're a strong team. We're a united team. Chris Sivitry is out there. He's been working very hard in the daily, and he's got a massive electorate as well. He's got to go around Berry Springs and also out into the Aboriginal communities. And Andrew, being a local boy, has made a big difference, I think. Like I said, he went to Goering Primary School. He went to Mimmin High School, went away for uni and came back, and he's basically been his whole life in the rural area. And I think people in the rural area really feel that they want someone who's part of the community, and I think Andrew, on these very, very early results, and I want to stress they are early, is going to win that seat, and I'm going to say on primaries.
I just want to jump in there and very quickly say that someone within the Labor campaign who I've been talking to has just given me a sort of quick brief on the swing across the board and said it's worse than Labor had hoped. So I think the CLP might be in with a good shot in quite a few seats.
Any reaction to that, Natasha? Is that what you're hearing as well?
I'm getting bunches of mixed figures, and they're like 16 votes and 10 votes. Like, it's not worth sort of looking into. But I think we only hold Port Darwin and Fong Lim by less than 100 votes. So if 100 people change their mind, then that changes that seat. So I think it is interesting that personal incumbency in seats to see if that a member who's worked hard can push against that swing. So I think we're certainly in for a fascinating night, and I know we're all keen for a bit more solid numbers to come through so Antony can start giving us information. It was a tough gig today in Darwin because the Darwin Festival's on, so people have gone and bought tickets, but some people at my booth were very disappointed. They'd rather be staying at home with a cold drink and watching the election coverage.
Well, we hope they gave up their festival tickets and they're at home watching the ABC, as they should be.
That's what they were indicating.
We will just stress, of course, these are early results and coming from scrutinies and a lot of counting still to come tonight. What about the cost of living, Natasha? Because clearly a global and domestic issue driven by high inflation, but for a lot of Territorians, the cost of living is an acute problem where poverty is already entrenched in a lot of places. Will that play tonight, do you think?
I think so. Cost of living is tough. It's tough in the urban areas, and then when you get out bush, it's even tougher. I think that governments all around Australia and the world are feeling that pressure, and we've got the war in Ukraine, we've got different factors that are driving it. But yes, people, I have had that raised directly with me. We have measures, as a government that we put in place, around power and water and keeping that cost, the vouchers for different things, concessions for seniors. But yeah, people are feeling that cost of living pressure absolutely here in the Territory.
Has the Labor government done enough to bring down the cost of living? For an example, a recent trip for my family to travel to Melbourne for a family funeral cost $5,000 return. It's incredible. I mean, it blows the family budget for many families. So how can you expect to grow the Northern Territory's population when people are grappling with those very real issues of, like, how can I get back to see my family? How can I make it to a wedding, a birth of a baby? Can you see the dilemma that the government is in?
Absolutely. And so, we can put pressure on power and water and those things that are government assets. We can provide, high quality public education, vouchers into, we provide a childcare rebate here in the Territory. As I said, the support for seniors airlines is complex. We did have a scheme in place around, and we've learnt from past schemes where we've attracted airlines. It's been great while the government subsidy's been there, and as soon as that leaves, they leave. So we put in place directly trying to reduce those airport costs. But yeah, it is really difficult. I mean, it's no different when I was a kid growing up. It was $1,500 one way, south. And I think that's one of the COVID impacts, but it hasn't reset, and it does really frustrate people, and it makes, the decision, if you can't get home, and I'm fortunate my family's here, but my, extended family are interstate. If it's expensive, only one person goes, you leave behind some kids, and, it makes it really tough when you're choosing. And that was something that came up at the ABC debate. I think both of our leaders were in agreement, and obviously cabotage is a federal issue, but yeah, it's a tricky one for those remote and regional airlines.
Gerard Bailey, are you concerned about long-term Territorians who are packing up and leaving because they simply cannot afford to live here anymore?
Look, very concerned. Our friends, our family are leaving because, one, it's unsafe, and two, it's too expensive. And remember, if you are a victim of crime yourself, the victim of crime on businesses is passed to you through your shopping. For example, I think Casuarina has got 6 times the amount of security costs in a similar shopping centre interstate. So those costs are passed on to the consumer. So when we talk about the airline and those things, they are big issues for sure, but people in the Northern Territory are concerned about the little things, about going to the shops to buy some clothes or go shopping. They're more expensive because those businesses have to pay for the crime that is done in the community. And not just going shopping, but what about your registration of your vehicle, insurance of your car, insurance of your house? Those things have gone up through the roof because people have to pay for the crime. So if you aren't a victim of crime yourself and your insurance goes up because your neighbour's been broken into or your neighbour's car's been stolen, there's a direct impact on you and on your hip pocket.
But surely we can't be blaming crime entirely for the rising cost of living. Right?
Oh, we certainly can't. I'm just saying that's one aspect. But going shopping and putting food on the table is an expensive, everyday part of life. And we're talking about going on holidays and going to see family, which is super, super important. But also putting groceries and getting clothes and getting kids' school clothes to go to school is also a week in, week out expense, which is expensive in Northern Territory because of the crime crisis, which is plagued right across the Northern Territory. It doesn't matter where you live.
Jared, do you think, though, your party, I know that you obviously talk about crime as like one of the issues that causes all these things, but do you think that your party, through this campaign, has focused so much on it and really declined to really provide much else detail on other issues? You know, there's lots of other reasons why Territorians are leaving, a lack of opportunity, the weather's stinking hot for 6 months of the year here in Darwin. Do you think that there needs to be a discussion about what else your government, presumably by the end of the night, might have to do to keep people here?
Look, the Territory is a great place, and I was born here, and I think the Territory is really worth fighting for. So we are going to do whatever it takes to make the Territory the land of opportunity it was when I was growing up. We've all heard the stories of people coming up and for a week and staying here for 20 years. That seems it doesn't happen anymore because of the cost of living, because of the crime, and because of the reputation the Northern Territory's got on the eastern seaboard about what's happening in the Northern Territory and especially what's happened in Alice Springs. So we need to make sure that our reputation is rebuilt so the place becomes a place of opportunity, a place where you can come up, where you can get experience and go back home if you want to, but you're going to have more experience than you would if you did 2 years in the law or in the doctors down south. So we need to get back to what we want, back to a place where it's an opportunity, where it's going to be safe and you can work if you want to work.
Well, one issue, like I know a few people who work in, say, the hospital, and they say that the hospital is so busy, so overrun with, nothing to do with crime in particular, but domestic violence with old people who can't find an aged care bed, and that's causing bed block in the hospital, and it's mayhem there. There's been no discussion from your party about what you're going to do, though, to fix the healthcare system. So surely there needs to be a broader debate that has to happen around how to keep people here, particularly professionals who work in industries or in sectors such as the healthcare sector.
Well, look, 100%. And our policy in relation to fixing the healthcare system is reducing the crime rate, which will do with the alcohol. Because remember, people are addicted to alcohol. It becomes a health issue. We need to make sure that those people are treated. And one of our policies is manage rehabilitation, to get those people and make sure that they're treated to come out a better person. Because it's not only about the community, remember, it's about those people being able to become better people and moving forward in their life as they go forward.
But one of the big issues that we've seen with the healthcare system is that Darwin is one of the few emergency departments in the country that's continuously double bunked, right?
Yeah.
That's not an issue to do with necessarily alcohol or crime. That's an issue to deal with the size of the hospital, the number of workers who are working there, and also the fact that there are a lack of aged care beds. There's not an aged care home available to put old people when they go to the hospital.
Well, of course.
So you end up with bed block in the hospital. So surely more needs to be done there, though.
Well, look, I disagree with you. I think the block in the hospital is people dealing with drunks and dealing with the results of people who are drinking too much. So if we can give the police power in relation to being proactive, like I said earlier, to stop those people who are basically chronic alcoholics going into accident emergencies and opening those people up who are involved in a car crash or have an incident at home. So we want to make sure we can reduce the crime, which we say will reduce the health industry. And we know that the old timers are federal but comes into the Northern Territory and they've misspent that money. We need to make sure that we focus on getting the Territory back to the land of opportunity. And Lia is a great leader and she's got her plans to move forward. We've got a strong united team and we're ready to go. So we're lucky enough to get power. We're ready to start business. As soon as we get the nod, we're ready to go and make the Territory a land of opportunity.
Natasha, what will Labor do if re-elected to address some of those issues that Tom's been talking about, healthcare and equity?
Healthcare is incredibly complex when you've got, the states, Territory and the feds, both putting in funding, but the responsibility basically lies with the states. It's something that does need to be sorted out and those conversations are not for this evening. But in terms of the aged care, it's absolutely a factor, both aged care and people with a disability. So we've got money going in to do work around 120 aged care bed facility in the top end. But we've also put in place mechanisms already, so trying to not wait for perfect, but have some beds that might be shorter term, so 2 or 3 months, to get people out of hospital to make those beds available. But healthcare, absolutely, whoever is in government needs a really focused, concerted effort. It is incredibly complex. It's not just about infrastructure, which has been slow. We've got more mental health care beds coming online, but it's the staffing to back them up. And I think we can all agree that those professionals need that focus and that support.
Natasha, you were Health Minister for 7 of the 8 previous years, right through COVID. How much of a responsibility, though, does the state of particularly the Royal Darwin Hospital lie at your feet?
I take full responsibility because I think, as you've just pointed out, a significant period of time. But in that time, we did bring on 116 more beds at Palmerston, like I just touched upon. And it's not for the place tonight to get into the detail, but we had programs going to try and move patients that were aged care, that were disability, to try and work with the private hospital, to try and grab every bed we can. Those mental health beds were, the construction of those frustrated me how slow it was. And that's something government, I think, needs to look at across the board. We've seen a huge increase in construction costs and a slowness in that. But, yeah, I certainly take my responsibility.
And we've seen the trend has not been kind to Labor through this. We've seen the number of code yellows in the healthcare system rise to pretty much the highest level ever. There's been one, I think at one period earlier this year, or maybe last year, there was one every couple of weeks. Surely that's not sustainable. Surely something has to be done.
Agree with you, Tom.
Well, Antony, it's nearly 7 o'clock. Sometimes we've had a few numbers by now. What's going on over there?
I'll just say, I did just ring the Electoral Commission and said, no, have you not had any results, or is there a problem? They said, no, there's no problem. They haven't had anything come through. Basically, what happens is the counting is done in the polling place. Those numbers are phoned or computed through to the returning officer and then through the Electoral Commission. While people have been getting the scrutineers' figures, the scrutineers are just getting as close as they can to pass that information on. The Electoral Commission has to conduct counts according to a legal obligation to be accurate. So when they do this, they have to check it off against how many people have been issued ballot papers, how many ballot papers they've got, and then counting them out. So, normally I would have expected something by now, but I must have been a couple of years since I've been doing Northern Territory election, and there are fewer small polling places nowadays, but clearly there's nothing wrong, I'm told. It's just that nothing has been reported yet.
And once we get some numbers in, will it all flow pretty quickly?
Oh, yeah, I'm sitting here looking refreshed.
People have given up Festival of Darwin tickets for this. We're letting them down, I think, at this point, having a debate around other issues.
Oh, it's about to get really exciting, don't you worry. If you've stayed home to watch us tonight. Jared, a little bit of concern about the profile of some of your candidates. I mean, you've selected a lot of locals, but Lia Finocchiaro has been out there. She's been front and centre. She's done a lot of media. Have you given your candidates enough prominence at this election?
Look, we've certainly given our candidates enough prominence. They are good local candidates. They're full of real-life experience. We have people from private sector. We have people from government. And we've got people who are ready to get in there and have a go and make the Territory a better place. Them, like me, think the Territory is worth fighting for. And I've spoken to all our candidates, and they are really passionate. They really want to see a change because they too have been living in the Northern Territory for a long time, most of them, and few of them have travelled around because they go to uni and come back. But these people are passionate Territorians who want to see change, and they've been hearing through their local communities that it is time for a change. The Labor government have been in power for 19 out of the last 23 years, and you have to ask yourself, can you afford another 4 years of Labor? Is your life better now than it was 4 or 8 years ago? And the people talking to me and our candidates are saying, no, it's not. So that's why they're talking about a change of government. 2016
was a pretty rough time for the party, and you lost a lot of trust with Aboriginal communities and large sections of the bush. What kind of work did you have to do to rebuild that trust? Because I notice you've selected a lot of Indigenous candidates.
Look, we've done a lot of work. We're a strong, united team, and Lia's at the front, and she's been out travelling to communities right across the Northern Territory. So have I, and people like Steve Edgington, Bill Yan have been out in the communities driving around. I know how much Steve drives. He's always driving around the community because, like we said, Barkly is a massive area, and he's out in his community listening to locals, because remember, these people want to be part of the solution. They don't want to just be told what to do, and that's why we think our policy in relation to local government is going to be strong, because that'll give them an opportunity to be in part of the solution to make their communities better. And I think that Steve, Josh and Bill and also Joe, and you have to say Chris Servitrees as well, have been working very hard right across the Northern Territory with the support of Lia and myself and our whole team and our volunteers and our party. No matter where you go in the Northern Territory, we've got a strong group of people to come and support us, work with us, and we're all Territorians, and we want to make sure the Territory is a greater place, and we honestly believe that that's the only way we can do it is have Lia Finocchiaro as the next Chief Minister.
Jared, just before you go, obviously, I just want to ask you, was it a deliberate decision by the CLP campaign to sort of not put forward their candidate, a lot of your candidates who hadn't been elected yet, to the media? I just noticed that, we didn't really see much of Anto Charles or Kota Patel fronting press conferences. What was the strategy behind perhaps having Lia front and centre of the campaign and hanging or holding those candidates back?
Look, we're all a strong team, and those candidates are out listening to the community, out door knocking and being in the community, hearing what's going on, and so they can feed it back to the team to make our policies and our campaign stronger. And hopefully by the end of the night we'll find out. But all I can say is those people have been in the community, they've been listened to, and we're all a really strong, united team.
One way of, though, getting the message out about the CLP and getting those candidates connected with their community is talking to the media, though. So why haven't they been fronting press conferences and talking to people?
Because they have been in their community listening, and Leo's been out door knocking with them. I've been door knocking with them, and so has Murray Clare. All the elected member has been working with the candidates to bring them into the community and listen to what these Territorians have to say. Because like I said earlier, Territorians want to be part of the solution, and we've been listening to them, and the candidates have been telling us, telling the team, telling the campaign team what needs to happen about our policies, and hopefully we're going to find out if that's the right decision.
Do you acknowledge that the campaign has been very safe, that there haven't been very many risks taken, and you haven't really made very many big announcements or many major commitments?
Well, look, we haven't made major commitments because the Labor government have put us in a massive debt. We're at $11 billion worth of debt. And
Jared, the election's over, okay? We're waiting for results. We don't want to make
the Territory a worse place. We want to make sure the Territory is a safe place and that we rebuild our reputation and turn our economy around. And we need to do that by growing our population and making the Territory an easy place to do business. And that's our plan.
It's just after 7 o'clock here in the Northern Territory, and we're now about to farewell our guest Deputy Leader of the CLP, Jared Maley. Jared, thank you for coming in this evening. I know you have a very busy night ahead.
Yes, thank you, and early days, but let's see what happens, and hopefully, Natasha, good luck.
Take care.
Thanks, Jared.
Soon we'll be joined by former Deputy Chief Minister Barry Coulter. In the meantime, we're joined by reporter Charmaine Allison in Alice Springs. Good evening to you, Charmaine. You're at the ALP headquarters. How's it going there?
Well, we're hearing there's a sense of cautious optimism here at the Labor headquarters in Alice Springs, where people are starting to slowly trickle in for tonight's gathering. The media won't be allowed in tonight. It's a private gathering, but we're hearing from Labor members that there is some hope that there could be a good outcome tonight. Now, there are two seats in particular that they have their eyes on. These are Barkly and Namatjira, which are both held by very slim margins by the CLP. Now, Barkly was won in 2020 by former Tennant Creek Mayor Steve Edgington with just 5 votes, and neighbouring Namatjira was won by just 22 votes by the CLP's Bill Yan. So certainly Labor has their eye on both of those seats. They're hopeful they've campaigned enough in the recent weeks to hopefully nab them back for their party. Both of these seats take in many remote Aboriginal communities, which often pull strongly with Labor, but they also have quite low voter turnout. So it just depends how successful Labor has been in their campaigning to see if they can win those seats back for their party.
Certainly. Charmaine, we've seen how those crucial bush seats can swing Territory elections. How do you think headlines over crime in Alice Springs will play out tonight in the centre?
Oh, certainly crime and community safety has been a key issue here in Alice Springs and across the bush as well. There's many people who say they don't feel safe in their homes, and they're calling for urgent action in this space. Now, we know both the CLP and Labor as well are pushing a tough-on-crime approach to tackling this issue. Meanwhile, the Greens are calling for more action to address the underlying issues behind crime, including need for more health care and housing in remote communities, as well as more to address poverty and disadvantage in these areas. So it just remains to be seen what sways the votes tonight.
Charmaine Allison in Alice Springs, thank you.
Natasha, Eva Lawler took over after you resigned late last year. Did she dump some of your policies? Has she taken the party in a new direction?
She absolutely has put her own print and shape on it. So I'm incredibly proud of the work that I achieved, not only as Chief Minister, as a Minister. We, were going through a period where we were resolving EBAs. There were some pretty ferocious ones there, the fireys, for example. But, she certainly, hasn't held back. She's worked quickly, knowing that the election was now and has reshaped things. And, I think that people respect that within her leadership.
Eva Lawler has been critical of decisions by the Labor Party under your reign to allow alcohol restrictions to lapse in remote Aboriginal communities, saying they were a mistake. Now that you're not at the helm and you've had time to reflect, at the time you wouldn't apologise for that decision, you've had time to reflect, are you ready to say that you were wrong?
I think, in a short answer, yes, but I think, hindsight's a wonderful thing. And I guess, what we were trying to do in that space was alcohol is a legal product and we know the harm that it causes. But at the same time, allowing people that choice to opt out of being a community that could have alcohol, as opposed to, making communities dry and then they have to go through a process that allows them to have alcohol. So it's incredibly complex. I mean, I wasn't going to put Jared up on there, but we know that alcohol mandatory treatment doesn't work. It's hugely expensive. But, these are policies the CLP have said they'll scrap the floor price, which, health professionals around the world have applauded here in the Territory.
But do you acknowledge, though, that I guess the sluggishness with which Labor moved to sort of act on the issue? Because we could see the crime rate starting to rise in Alice Springs. We saw in January 2023, for instance, a huge spike in alcohol-fuelled incidents in the town. Do you acknowledge, though, that decision with the aftermath of the Stronger Futures and that legislation from the federal government sunsetting, that the government, your government, got it wrong?
And I just said yes to that. But in terms of, and I remember, and we are pushing back in time, and your mind does tend to turn to other things. But
it
in
set
terms
the tone,
of
though, for this entire election and the crime debate that's sort of going on now, though.
And I acknowledge that, and I think that we do need to, the CLP, that is all they've talked about. They've had slogans in crime. We don't know the detail beyond that, and it may this evening at the end be their responsibility to talk more. But in terms of, we were watching those statistics, particularly the figures within the hospital, and I recall October and November, starting to have some concern, and then it was those December, January figures that really raised concern around alcohol. And so it's a tricky issue, alcohol policy, and it's one that, there's not just one measure and it won't solve everything. It's robust. It's finding that balance between community expectation versus the professional advice from those.
How much more investment needs to go into rehabilitation places for people to get help when they need it? Diversion, was enough put into that? I mean, what does that space look like into the future for the Territory?
So we have done work. So there was changes up here in the top end where we co-located detoxification, sobering up, and we have changed that back more recently because it didn't have the desired outcome. There's been bed availability studies done, so looking at the beds for people that need treatment. There is more options in the top end now, but it's one that it's trying to find that balance. But it's a terrible addiction, and many families know the ruin it causes.
Natasha, Tom earlier mentioned that you raised the fact that you were Health Minister during the COVID response here in the Territory. The former New South Wales Premier Dominic Perrottet, in his farewell speech, said that COVID vaccine mandates were a mistake. The Northern Territory had some of the toughest mandates that the country saw. Eva Lawler, the Chief Minister, said that a review is not necessary, that Territorians had moved on. As the Health Minister at the time making those decisions, don't Territorians deserve more accountability and transparency from your government?
So we have undertaken steps. So the Chief Health Officer did prepare a parliamentary report that was tabled in response to the legislation that was enacted. It was incredibly difficult. Those early days when we didn't have a vaccine, when the world was shutting down, and the figures that were presented to us were just terrible to think about, horrific for the Northern Territory with such a vulnerable population. We had some extreme vaccine hesitancy here in the Territory. So at the time, on the information that was being presented, I believe we made the best decisions. That Cho report, I think, is important, to look back at that time. And I've also, as a Health Minister, have participated in some of the national inquiries.
wrap us up there, because I think we've finally got some numbers. So we'll pop over to where Antony is.
We'll go straight on to the first seat at Brennan. There's only two candidates. Tony Sievers was the Labor member who lost it to Maria Claire Booth at the last election. You can see there, those are the numbers. Let's look at the percentages, 74 to 25.9. One of the big changes since the last election is the Territory Alliance has disappeared. And as you can see there, both Labor's vote is down as well as the Territory Alliance disappearing. A big swing to the CLP. This is one of the polling places. This is Zicoli, and this is, I think that's pronunciation. And the swing is 13.3% to Labor, sorry, to the CLP in that electorate. So that's the first figures there. Spillett, the Lia Finocchiaro seat, up against Caleb Burke from the Labor Party. Again, look at those first figures. I didn't get exactly where this one's from, but that's a big first figure. Once again, let's look at that change, that swing. There's a 13.5% swing to the CLP. So that's two big swings we've seen there at the first electorates. Namatjira, I should do some of the setups in this, let you see, you know, everyone is. Bill Yan defeated Shirley Taylor for the Labor Party last time by just, I think it was about 22 votes, a very close seat. This runs from the edges of Alice Springs out into the countryside. Now, this is a rather interesting looking result when we have a look at it. The candidate bars there, it's only a small number of seats, small number of figures there, 58% for Bill Yan. Now this is, I think it's an 18% swing to the CLP. I'm not sure where that's from. I thought it was, this is obviously a small polling place, but that's three electorates we've seen enormous swings on so far. Gwoja, which is Chancey Pake's seat, the Deputy Chief Minister. This is the Outback seat in the western side of the Northern Territory. The percentage votes there, 67 to 32. The two-party preferred swing there, only a small swing. This is an electorate with no fixed polling places. It's done entirely by remote polling. It's a remote district, so it's not surprising. This is different from what you would see in the metropolitan area. But that's three electorates you've seen, two from Palmerston, one from Alice Springs. Let's just be clear there, they're traditionally the stronger parts of the Northern Territory for the CLP, but all three of them showed substantial swings to the CLP.
Thanks a lot, Antony. What do you make of that, Natasha?
I think, Barry, you've arrived at the perfect time. Welcome. We've just got a little bit of a swing on for you. You know, clearly there's swings. I mean, there'll always be discrepancies with incumbency and also in the Bush seats. But, you know, I mean, I'm not surprised with the result there for the member for Brennan. She's someone that, you know, has worked hard in her electorate. Tony put his hand up to go around again for the team, but she's worked hard. She's built that incumbency. But you are seeing a swing. I'm absolutely going to acknowledge.
Are you worried about that swing spilling across the road into Drysdale?
I think that, you know, Eva has worked incredibly hard, but she's the first Labor member to ever hold a seat in Palmerston. So we won seats in the 2005 Claire Martin landslide, but we lost them again pretty much 3 years later. Eva did win, but she's had a big redistribution in that seat, well, a chunk. So off that swing and with that redistribution, yes, we would be worried.
Some stage we'll get some numbers in on Drysdale. Well, joining us now on the panel and representing the CLP is the former Deputy Chief Minister, Barry Coulter, who spent 16 years in the Legislative Assembly. Welcome to the program, Barry. Still very early count, but what are your first impressions?
Yeah, well, definitely there's a swing on. I've got some other figures coming in from Tennant Creek, which is probably the best one if you're looking for a swing when it's got a margin of 5 or 7 votes. And it looks like Steve Edgington's in front there by over 100 votes in the Tennant Creek town itself. So that goes well for us as well, I think.
Yeah, well, Barry, that was a seat that you really wanted to retain, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes. Look, when you get down to winning by a margin of less than 10, people get very nervous, and it's good to see those sorts of results coming in. But it's only the Tennant Creek town. I mean, there's the Labor Party candidate, I think, lives in Borroloola, and there's Robinson River and other polls out there as well. But to even back to my days with Tuxworth, we were always worried about Tennant Creek, and it looks like Steve's done well there.
Barry, you were in government during the glory run of the CLP. You've had time on the other side. How do you see the Territory now and the position that we're in?
Well, the last time I was on an ABC panel, Claire Martin won an election, so it's nearly 25 years ago. It's a long time since I've participated here. But look, I'm worried about the territory. I'm worried about, I was mines minister for 11 years. We're seeing the fall off of what I call tier 1 mines, world-class mines, starting to go. $11 billion in debt. Tasmania's $3 billion, for heaven's sake. I mean, to have $11 billion worth of debt, and you look out there, what did you get for the money? Where's the $11 billion? Where do you see it? A big worry, and that'll be a worry for Lia when she takes over the ashes of this economy. And how do you put it back together? Big task.
Barry, when you entered politics back in 1983, I was born at Royal Darwin, growing up in Stuart Park. And, you know, I saw my family and many other families prosper in the Northern Territory. There was opportunity. Families saw a future here. Now, raising my own family in the Territory, I'm finding that many Territorians are questioning, is there a future here? And is there a future for my children?
Yeah.
Do you reflect on the same?
Yeah, look, Palmerston, I was the member for Palmerston when there was about 100 votes out there, 140 votes. And today, what is it, 25,000 people or more live out there. And I called it aspirational people, people that look after me kids, make sure there's a healthcare and education, and we want to just get a job and we want to get on with it. In those days, of course, we built 4 houses a day in Palmerston during that 84, 85 period. A massive growth in that area there. But that certainly was that aspirational. People wanted just to get on and just look after our kids. We'll go and get a job and everything will be all right. That I don't know whether that exists the same today. In fact, I hear a lot more people would like to leave, except that the price of their houses as a sale would be less than what they expect. And that's one of the things that's holding people here at the moment. They simply can't sell their properties and get out of the place. And that's a big turnaround. But we are talking a long time, over a long period of time.
Can I just jump in very quickly? Just have some intel from Labor that I have to stress is very, very preliminary, but it is looking very bad across the board for Labor. That's obviously very early results, but on these numbers, it looks like the Chief Minister's in for a real fight in her own seat.
You hearing similar things, Natasha?
Yeah, I'm getting very mixed messages, but they are coming definitely with that theme that it is, you know, swings against Labor. It's just so hard to, because we had such strong early voting and in different locations. So some of the figures I'm getting through, I'm like, is that a combined total or is that, you know, the margin or is that a swing? But yeah, certainly would agree with Tom that, you know, we're looking at a swing against Labor across, you know, the top end. Yeah, probably the one, yeah, you go, Tom.
On some of the numbers that have been provided to me, Karama is extremely tight. Again, have to stress early numbers, and Fonglim is very bad, which means Mark Monaghan, the Education Minister, he may lose his seat.
Okay, thanks, Tom. We've got Bill Yan standing by, the CLP candidate in Namatjira in the centre. Hello, Bill. How's the mood there?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Look, good mood down here in Alice Springs. So, of course, polling's closed now. Counting's underway, and look, we're seeing some good results early on in some of the small booths that we've seen. So, only early days yet, but certainly positives for us here in Central Australia for the CLP.
Bill, it's Thomas Morgan here. There's been a lot of talk from Labor, particularly about focusing on your seat because of the super slim margin that you have.
Again, Xavier.
Oh, okay. Might have some audio difficulties there with Bill, but...
Maybe I can take over. Bill, have you still got us there? No, looks like we might have lost Bill. We might try and come back to him when we can. What are some of the issues, as you see them, Barry, in Central Australia?
Crime, isn't it? You know, I think that's the crime and safety.
It's just crime and safety? There's nothing else?
Well, that's... I don't stop in Alice Springs now. I go through the place fairly often, even Tennant Creek. I go through to Walkup or somewhere like that to stay. I don't spend much time in there. It's the Red Centre Nats on next weekend. I build a lot of cars, but I'm not taking my car down to Alice Springs because of the uncertainty and the damage that might happen to it. So, you know, that's the big issue for me in Alice Springs. I lived in Alice Springs in 1970. 6, and it was a great town. And today, that town doesn't exist.
What about the cost of housing, rent, all that sort of thing, access to education?
Maybe, but that's not the way I see it. You ask me, and I don't stop in Alice Springs. I drive through it, and I do a bit of driving these days, as I'm an old pensioner these days, but I don't stop in Alice Springs.
We did have a story recently for our State Line program where a small business owner said that tourists coming into the town of Alice Springs are now stopping for 2 things: to fill up their car for petrol, to buy the groceries, and then they're moving on. Hurting small business. But it's small business across the territory that's hurting, isn't it?
Yeah, I would think so. Tennant Creek, have you been to Tennant Creek lately? I mean, it's boarded up. It's, you know, it's not a particularly enticing, encouraging sort of atmosphere in Tennant Creek.
Let's go over to Antony. A few figures in Karama.
Okay, and these are backing up the earlier figures. This is Karama. Brian O'Gallagher, he's well ahead there. Let's do this in percentages. We've got the 2 fixed polling places on the day. 48% for the CLP, Ngariaka, it's 27, 17% for the Independent. Let's look at the change in vote that's occurring here. Labor vote's collapsing down 22%. CLP up 20. There's a big vote there for the Independent. The Territory Alliance down, and that's showing a swing of 19% to the CLP at this stage. When we look at Fannie Bay, now this is the Parap polling place. The Greens are in the lead there. The CLP is second, and the Labor Party is third at this stage on those numbers. Let's look at the change in vote that's occurring here. When you can just see what's happening. The Greens Labor is just shedding vote. Most of that is going to the Greens. I won't try and draw a graph of that because I don't think it'll be very meaningful, because I'm not sure I've got proper 2 candidate preferreds there. But that is backing up every electorate we've seen so far. I'd say at this stage the Labor Party is heading for a bath at this stage if this trend continues. They're certainly not going to survive in government, and the numbers are looking terrible for the Labor Party at the moment.
We've got Bill Yan back, so we're going to go back to Bill Yan, the CLP candidate in Namatjira. Bill, so far the mood looking pretty good for you.
Yes, as I said previously, everything's looking quite good down here in Central Australia. We're seeing a good swing towards the CLP on the smaller booths that we've seen counted so far. So, yeah, it's good for us at the moment. There's a little bit of a way to go. Once we start counting the bigger booths, then we'll start to see what the numbers are really looking like. So, for me, out in the bush, those booths should be counted fairly soon, and the pre-poll will give us a better indication of what it's looking like across the board for us here in Central Australia.
Bill, it's Tom Morgan here, second try is a charm. But I want to ask you, Labor identified Namatjira as a seat they would like to pick up through this election. I mean, obviously tonight, looking at some of the early figures, that does look like it could be pretty difficult for them. Why? What do you think the big issues were in Namatjira, and do you think that you will win your seat tonight?
Oh, look, in Namatjira, particularly if you go out into the bush, the issues out there, of course, housing, roads and health, and people are still having issues with that. Of course, in town, part of the urban stuff they've got in a rural area, crime is a key focus for people here in Central Australia. So not just the people in town, but also the people out in rural areas. So that's had, I think, a huge effect on the way that the voters are voting. Look, I'm pretty confident at the moment, Tom, with the way the numbers are looking so far. But look, we've still got a long night to go, and anything can happen, as we know in politics. But yeah, look, I'm seeing good numbers in the early counting for the smaller booths so far. So if that can carry through into the larger booths, look, I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to retain my seat.
You could be Treasurer in the not-too-distant future. What is going to guide the way that you're going to approach the Territory's finances? Because the CLP has been talking a lot through this campaign about the precarious state of the Territory, the lack of economic growth, the crime issues that we're facing. How are you going to go about working toward, particularly, an elusive budget surplus?
Just dropped out again, Xavier.
Might have to be third time a charm.
Oh, Tommy was asking, middle of asking a question.
Bill's struggling.
Can I jump in with perhaps something just while you're trying to get it?
Marambova, Terry Nalanama, Bandwa, Alice Springs. Electorate or Pucha, Kada, Breitling, Namatjira, and Haraluman. Aranda Maragatuya, Ari gana marandana. Nemachira electorate. Ari nandana damanama impanandora. What's another artist? Albert Nemachiraka. Watercolors, painting. Abmari ikurandang jalala rana. Akngara. Nagamalandora Uchanaga. Australia.
This is NT Votes. Welcome to you at home. It's just gone past 25 minutes past 7 local time, and there's 4% of the vote counted so far tonight. I'm Bridget Brennan.
And I'm Eleni Roussos. Let's get the latest on the count with Antony Green. Antony, what have you got for us?
Well, at this stage, these results are disastrous for the Labor Party. The Labor Party vote is under 30%. The CLP is just under 50%. The Greens on 11 and others are on 11. I think this one does the projected numbers. Yeah, these are the projected numbers for later in the evening. We're expecting it to be 33 for Labor, about 50 for the Country Liberals. Look at the change in vote that's occurring at this election. The Labor vote's down 10, the CLP is up 17.6, the Greens are up nearly 7, the disappearance of the Territory Alliance, which is flowing through, which is part of the cause of the rise of the CLP vote, but Labor is also losing vote both the CLP and the Greens, and this is all translating to a two-party preferred swing of 13.7%. Now, we haven't done all the seats yet, but Sanderson at the moment, the CLP is ahead, and that's a swing of something like 20%. I haven't seen a swing for anything under 10%. Now, admittedly, what we're seeing is the polling day votes. The big bulk of the votes is going to come to in the early voting centres. But you don't get elections where everyone who votes the government out comes and votes on the day, and everyone who's voting for the government goes and vote early. If this is the trend on the day, then something like this is also going to be in the early votes. I think it's pretty clear that the government is not going to survive this swing, and it's a matter of, by the end of the night, how many seats they've lost, how many seats the CLP have won.
Thank you, Antony. Natasha,
obviously
worse than you expected.
Obviously disappointed, but you do prepare yourself in the Territory with those small electorates. As I was saying, you know that votes can, quickly disappear. I think it's going to be interesting. One of the things that I'm finding hard to comprehend on the statistics that are coming through to me is, we had 10% voting here, 14%, like they were across, for exactly my electorate, Casuarina, Eton, the city. So people that were working in town were going down and voting at lunch. I had people that held back and voted today. Is there any pattern? I mean, it's certainly not going to turn this swing around. I'm not trying to predict that, but I think that it'll be interesting to see with those independents and Greens where Labor lands, and then, how can we get that second place, or are we out of the picture already in third place?
The results have shown us that so far the results, again, it's still very early, that traditionally safe Labor seats like Fannie Bay and Karama going the CLP's way. Are you worried about your own seat, Mycliffe?
Well, I think my seat's a little bit unique, and I have been always concerned because people go, well, you've got the biggest margin in the Territory, but all it takes is, for that change with someone else to finish in that second position or first position, and the CLP, I think, would be, slip down, then that suddenly changes the picture there. I mean, Kate said it before, no seat is a safe seat when you've got 6,000 voters, but yes, you would expect to see, that working class Labor vote be higher in those seats.
Barry, take us into what happened post-2016 in the party, because that was disastrous for the CLP. Clearly a lot of rebuilding has happened since then. How much effort has gone in to renew the party?
Quite a great deal. I mean, I was one of the people that went and encouraged Shane Stone to return. There's nobody that knows more about the organisational side of the party than Shane. He's done an incredible job at the branch level, at the candidates that we selected. He went out and actively encouraged candidates to get involved, and I think that was good. And his fundraising efforts are just unbelievable, the amount of money that he's been able to attract to the CLP. And he's had to make certain promises when he's received that money, of course. Most people qualified it saying, we want you to promise and do everything you can to get rid of Labor. And so Shane has given them that undertaking, and I think it's paying off.
Barry, are you surprised by the results so far?
Yeah, that swing is miles higher than what I thought it would be. And I thought Sanderson would be a safe seat. I didn't think that she's been a great local member out there, done a lot of work. Her last election results were fantastic.
Karama.
Oh, sorry, Karama. I thought Sanderson is also, though, looking a little bit doubtful there. There's a bit of a swing there. Karama, Brian O'Gallagher, incredible effort that he put in out there. He's door-knocked the electorate 3 times. Had a go at it before, of course. Been on council, got a bit of a profile, but certainly an incredible effort by Brian out there. And, you know, I congratulate him. It's a bit early to congratulate him, but just on the effort alone, he really did work hard out there in that electorate.
Well, talking of swings, let's get the latest with Antony Green. Antony.
Yes, Sanderson, Kate Warden against Jensen Charles for the CLP. This is one polling place, one of the polling places. Look at the percentages there, slightly ahead on percentages, but the key thing here is where's that from? And we're saying that there's actually a 20% swing in that polling place, which projects the CLP ahead. Now, we're not giving that away, but that shows you that in that polling place there is that double-digit swing, huge double-digit swing. I've brought these ones back again because what's going on in Breitling is the Greens are second. Not Labor. If we convert that to percentages, you can see it's 57.5 to the Greens 33, and we're projecting a 2-candidate preferred swing of 4.5% to the CLP. There was a lot of talk that the Greens could finish second in this seat, a lot of talk that the CLP wouldn't win it. Well, in the end, I mean, the issue is if the CLP get 50% of the vote, it doesn't matter who finishes second. And that was always going to be the case. I thought that they'd only ever lost it once, and that's when Adam Giles was defeated. There was a very big field last time, which complicated the count. There was always going to be a swing back this time, and Josh Burgoyne will be, well, I'm almost certain he'll be re-elected in that electorate. The early vote will support him as well. I just wanted to bring up Namatjira as well, because I missed the fact that the Green was in second in that electorate again. The thing to say about this electorate, that's the Gillen polling place. It wasn't a polling place at the previous election, so this is a new figure. I haven't got a good handle on that, but we're seeing these sorts of swings everywhere. We've got 3 seats where the Greens are ahead of Labor, including Fannie Bay, although I'll wait to see whether that flows through to the rest of the count. Will that be replicated in the early votes? I mean, I particularly think that with some of the seats where the Greens are doing so well, whether they will do as well with the early vote, and you've got to be organised to get out there and do all that. So at the moment, everything is pointing to a very bad defeat for the Labor Party.
Thanks, Antony. Well, let's take a short pause now, and we'll get the latest news headlines now with Mariam Saab.
From the NT's election centre to some of the day's top stories. First, the New South Wales Hunter region has been hit with its second earthquake in 2 days. The 4.5 magnitude quake was observed near Muswellbrook at around 4:30 this afternoon. No injuries are reported, and so far authorities say that reports of damage have been minor. The quake is in the same area as yesterday's similar-sized earthquake. Several aftershocks have also been recorded in the region since yesterday. A woman has been charged with murder after a man's body was found inside a surfboard bag on a rural property in northern New South Wales. The body of a 62-year-old man was discovered in the driveway of the Darkwood property near Coffs Harbour on Thursday evening. Detectives arrested 35-year-old Lisa Marie Cummings, who was known to the man, in Numbucca Heads yesterday. She was charged with domestic violence, murder, and faced court today, where she did not apply for bail. Police are trying to determine what caused the death of a man who was found in Western Sydney Park this morning. A passerby discovered the man in the Auburn Park just before 7 a.m. He had suffered a serious injury to the back of his head. Police performed CPR on the man, but he couldn't be saved. He is yet to be formally identified, but is believed to be aged in his 30s. Meanwhile, in Melbourne, homicide detectives are investigating the death of a man in a park in the city's west. The 28-year-old man was found with stab wounds in the Derrimut Park in the early hours of this morning. The passerbys who located him and ambulance officers performed CPR, but the victim died at the scene. A manhunt is underway in Germany following a mass stabbing incident at a festival in the western city of Saarlangen. 3 people were killed and 8 injured in the attack on Friday. The incident took place at an event to honour the town's 650th anniversary. The attacker fled the scene. His identity is not known. Police say the motive for the attack is still unclear. Italian authorities have launched a manslaughter probe after 7 people were killed in a yachting accident off the coast of Sicily. Prosecutors say they don't have any individual in their sights, but the investigation will be based on salvaging the wrecked ship. Divers retrieved the remains of the last person unaccounted for, 18-year-old Hannah Lynch, 5 days after her family's yacht sank near the city. Her father, tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch, was also killed in the tragedy. 22 people were on board the vessel when it capsized during a fierce pre-dawn storm on Monday. And in sport, Richmond has claimed the AFL's wooden spoon for the first time in 17 years after losing to Gold Coast 94 points to 66 at the MCG. With the club greats like Dustin Martin and Dylan Grimes watching on, Marlon Pickett gave Tigers fans something to cheer about, starting as the sub but coming on to goal in his final AFL game. But the Suns were too good as they controlled the game to end their underwhelming season with a victory. Martin, Grimes and Pickett, who all played in premierships, were celebrated by Tigers fans after the game as the club begins a rebuild.
Pretty emotional and just it's pretty surreal. And it feels a little bit weird. I think after today it'll probably really sink in. As everyone knows, I love the club so much. I love you all so much.
I'm Mariam Saab, and that's the latest from ABC News.
Welcome back to the ABC's Election Centre. You're watching NT Votes live from Darwin. It's just past 7:37 p.m. Central Time and about 4% of the vote has been counted so far. I'm Eleni Roussos.
And I'm Bridget Brennan. Let's get the latest on the count with Antony Green.
Yeah, well, I'd sort of start with Fannie Bay. I did look at these figures a bit earlier, but very quickly. Just thought I'd put a bit more effort into it, a bit more analysis into it this time. Brent Potter is a sitting member. Now, this is a seat that's been represented by 3 chief ministers over the year, Marshall Perrin, Claire Martin and Michael Gunner. When Michael Gunner retired, Brent Potter won it with a reduced margin as the usual swing away from government by elections. But at the moment, Laurie Zio is the CLP candidate, but if you look at the results in that election, Laurie Zio is finishing second, as you might expect, but Labor is third, and Brent Potter is only on 234. Let's look at this in percentage terms. At the moment, 37.3 to the Greens, 32 there for CLP, Brent Potter 29. Now, if the CLP slipped to third in that seat, their preferences are directed to Labor. So this will be interesting to see what happens, in what order the candidates finish here. It would be strangely ironic in the end if Brent Potter got into second place and was elected on CLP preferences. But there's a long way to go yet before in this counting. This is just the Parap polling place. And I don't know Darwin well enough to know, but I suspect that might be one of the better green parts of Fannie Bay. I'm not exactly sure. The change in the vote between the party shares is Labor's down 20, the Greens are up 23. So this isn't a swing that's gone through a two-party preferred to the CLP. This is a swing from Labor to the Greens. And if you look at the... this probably makes no sense whatsoever. It shows the Greens winning, which is certainly not something we're predicting at the moment. In fact, I'll just say, I've been asked to go and do some overall figures. I'll just say at the moment, to avoid, our computer makes predictions very quickly, to always avoid doing an embarrassing prediction, we always hard code a 10% figure so that our predictions are not broadcast by accident or go into the internet by accident. We can see them before they become definite predictions. The swing's so big at the moment, we've got seats falling over the place, but our hard-coded thing is stopping them from being called gains at this stage. But there is nothing in this which indicates anything other than Labor losing seats. Let's look at the primary vote across the whole territory. We've now got 6.6% counted. Again, Labor's on about 30, the CLP on 49.2, the Greens 7.7, others 13.6. The change in the vote, the Labor's down 10, the CLP up 17, Greens up, Territory Alliance vote, a lot of that would have gone to the CLP, and that's all translating into a two-party preferred swing of 13.8% to the CLP. So the 6.6%, that's not going to suddenly reverse. Perhaps Labor might do slightly better with the early votes, but that swing's not going to reverse. It's a matter of counting down the seats now to see how many seats change hands and how many seats the CLP win to form government.
Thank you, Antony. Tom, we're seeing Labor's traditional voter base in Fannie Bay swing to the Greens. Are you surprised?
The Greens seem very confident in that seat. They seem very confident in Breitling and in Fannie Bay, and we knew from the start that they were targeting a few seats in particular. Natasha, your seat was one of them. But, you know, the Greens have been making predictions that they'd be doing really well, but, you know, how do you know? There was no quantifiable way to know that the swing was on in Fannie Bay. And, you know, earlier this week I was talking to Brent Potter at a press conference, and he seemed really confident that he would win in Fannie Bay. So I think this has completely come out of nowhere. Obviously the Greens saw something there, but it's remarkable, the results we're seeing tonight. I'm shocked.
Pretty remarkable indeed, and we'll get plenty more analysis. Let's go now to Malarndirri McCarthy, the Indigenous Affairs Federal Minister for Labor. She's at the ALP headquarters in Darwin. Good evening to you, Minister.
Good evening. Good evening to you and all your viewers.
Pretty concerning results for you coming in tonight.
Yeah. What I will say is this. I actually think the fact that we could come in so tightly says a lot for our leadership of Eva Lawler as Chief Minister in over 6 months to be able to give us a fighting position, and I do commend the Chief Minister and also all the Labor teams right across the Northern Territory. I still feel that we can win in areas because we don't know what the Greens and Independents are doing. This is very different to previous elections, so we need to see where the preferences go. The fact that we're still hanging in there in many of the booths that I've got. I know the Bush seats are coming in a lot stronger, so I'm still hopeful, but I'm very proud of our team that we're actually at this point.
What are the results you're getting in from the Bush? What's the mood from the Bush, some of those key seats you were hoping to retain or gain?
Well, we worked very hard in Barkly and Namatjira, of course. They were two previous Labor seats and we lost them in the last Northern Territory election. Marion Scrimger, as the member for Lingiari, has been incredibly important in that battle for those seats. We've got great candidates in Shirley Taylor for Namatjira and Lizzie Hogan for Barkly, but also Duran Young in Daly. I think he's had some outstanding swings on booths so far tonight as they're coming in on my phone. So I'm very, I think the word is feeling cautiously good. You know, I just think over 6 months ago, 8 months ago, we were not looking that good as a party. I think there were lots of issues that we were facing, but Eva Lawler gave us a really strong fighting chance tonight.
As you say, Minister, early days, about 7% of the vote counted so far, but looking like some massive swings in some seats. What are the issues, do you believe, that have led to voters in a lot of seats deserting Labor?
Oh, look, I think we have to remember that time is also a big issue in politics. You know, we've been in government for nearly, out of the 20 years, 4 years we weren't. So time is a really important factor, I think, in any election across the country. And more recently, of course, issues of cost of living. We've certainly seen that on the national front federally, and I know that that does bite here in the Northern Territory with remoteness and regional areas. And of course, you know, the issues around crime, which I think Eva Lawler dealt with very strongly in Central Australia with the curfew and sent a clear message of how, under her leadership, how she would deal with things.
What federal implications will there be for the federal government, Minister, and particularly for Indigenous affairs at a federal level if there's a change of government?
Well, we've seen an increase in participation on the enrolment here in the Northern Territory especially, but across regional and remote Australia because of the referendum last year, where there was an incredible drive to ensure that First Nations people in particular were enrolled. So we're going to see those numbers flow through in this election.
I think the question
Minister,
that just got a breaking. I think we've got some breaking
right.
news. Thanks for understanding. Okay, we're going to go over to Antony.
Here at the tally room the ABC's tally room in the Northern Territory in Darwin, the current Labor government, the Labor government has been defeated. It looks like it's a substantial defeat, and it looks like the CLP will win with a majority and maybe even a substantial majority. It's a big swing that's on. We'll look at a few seats in a moment, but I just first wanted to look at some trends, and I wanted to talk about the northern suburbs. I talk a lot about northern Darwin. That's where elections are made and unmade. All through the years of the CLP up until 2001 held all the northern suburbs seats, or nearly all of them. Since 2001, they've all been Labor. Well, this is the current figures for across the 6 northern Darwin seats. Labor 35, CLP 45, Greens 9, others 14.6. Look at the change in primary vote that's occurring there. The Labor vote just collapsing, the CLP vote up, Territory Alliance disappearing, Greens up a little bit, others, a substantial vote for others. All that's translating into an 18.9% swing. So the CLP are going to win seats in the northern suburbs. If they're winning seats in the northern suburbs, they're sweeping Palmerston, they're holding all their own seats. The CLP have won this election and they've got a majority government on everything we're seeing at this stage. Now, I think I've got a seat run to talk about now. Starting with Barkly, this is the Tennant Creek Early Voting Centre, and the figures there are, as you can see, the CLP is ahead. Now, on that polling place, that's a 12.6% swing. So he won it by 5 votes last time. Now, admittedly, Labor will probably do better on the mobiles that are coming in, but this is based on comparing like with like, so it would have to be a complete reversal of the trend in the remote booths to turn that around. So on those bases, Steve Edgington will hold that seat. Blaine, look, this is just one small polling place I've just noticed. The Labor Party's in 3rd place there. Mark Turner's well behind. I think we've got a 2-party preferred. No, I've only got an estimate, but there's a small swing to the CLP, which would be enough to win that seat. The swing is different there because there's an independent holding the seat. It's not quite the same contest. Casuarina, Lauren Moss is in 2nd place. This is just one of the polling places. You can see there, 38, 35, 13 and 11 with an independent. Now, that actually I think will be slightly better for Labor. The swing will be 17.6. At this moment, we're still projecting the CLP will finish ahead in that. Sitting member factor may help when you get to the early voting centre, but certainly Casuarina, to see Casuarina close is a really serious problem for the Labor Party. Now, Dr Tanzil Rahman well ahead on one polling place in Fannie Bay, 47, Labor 23, Greens 23. So of Labor and the Greens, and Simon Niblock, he was a councillor, but he's certainly was only announced at the last minute as a candidate for Fong Lim. 2-party preferred swing on that polling place. No preference count, but we're estimating a 15% swing on those numbers as well. And Goyder, I think we've only got one polling place here, but Labor, this country Liberal candidate Andrew Mackay is ahead, but then Kolstad, who's trying to succeed, Kezia Purik is in 2nd place and well behind. I mean, we're estimating there's a 27% swing. That's a bit of a false swing because of the way these things are calculated. But they're very good first figures for Goyder. I would point out in Goyder, I think the early voting centre is in Berry Springs or Coolangatta. It's taking a huge number of the votes. So it'll be depending on the early voting centre whether that's results repeated. So as you can see, there's quite a degree of devastation there going on all across Darwin and Greater Darwin.
Thank you, Antony. Natasha, we're less than 2 hours into the vote count and Antony's calling it a CLP win. What a blow for Labor.
Oh, of course, it's extremely disappointing, and you see how hard your colleagues work. I think that there is, like I was saying before, because some people are voting in the city, some people have just been popping over to the Eaton booth, others will be at Casuarina and decide to vote. So I think it'll be interesting. Obviously, those strong Green votes, I think that they are something to be respected, but was that something that people saved for today, or will the early voting follow that? I am seeing some positive results in the bush, so I think it's a fascinating election night and I think that that's the Tennant Creek booth, but our numbers coming through, we're very confident in the Bush booths that Lizzie, Lizzie's amazing. She's, been a terrific candidate, and the way she's, just jumped with a pretty short time frame of 8 weeks. So, yeah, it's certainly disappointing, but fascinating in a sense. Daly's looking okay for us and Arnhem.
So earlier we heard from Melinda McCarthy saying that 6 to 8 months ago the party wasn't looking good. If we go back that time, you were in power. You were the leader. Do you have any regrets?
Oh, your hindsight's a wonderful thing. Of course, you wish you could go back
and
regret? Tinker with things here and there. So I think it's about, and you've seen that with Eva as Chief Minister, making those decisive decisions and acting quickly. 4 years, and when you only have 2 years really of that, time does come around very quickly. So that probably, for me is, that, we did an enormous amount of legislation, policy decisions, but did we get out and sell that with a sense of urgency? But there'll be plenty of time to
do you take some ownership for the result?
Of course. I was not just the Chief Minister, but I was a Minister for a significant period of time. I take ownership, of course.
Barry, are you expecting this kind of a sting?
No, that surprises me. The swing is quite high. We haven't won Fannie Bay since 1994, since Marshall Perrin left there. But the Greens, and also we had some early intelligence that the Green candidate in Breitling would do very well, and that's proven to be true. The other issue is Steve Edgington. It is Tennant Creek, but even in Tennant Creek, his voting today went something like 90 to 40. So just the voting today, the rest of those numbers were pre-polled.
Yeah.
That's what I get.
Yeah, the early vote.
But it does show that in Tennant Creek there was always really marginal. That he's done pretty well.
Barry, it's been hard for the CLP to crack into those northern suburb seats of Darwin. Is that surprising you that we're seeing a swing in seats that are traditionally held by Labor?
Well, no, I don't know about traditionally held.
Well, in your
we
era
used
they
to
were,
own it.
and you used to own it.
But I mean, to not have a seat north of the Berrima line, the CLP, not one seat north of the Berrima line. You can't be in government unless you win seats in the northern suburbs and Darwin. And hopefully that's changing tonight. But yeah, it's a big swing, that's for sure.
Tom, what do you think?
Well, I just want to remark that it appears on the surface like the vote's breaking in two different ways depending on the electorate. In the electorates which care about crime, it's breaking toward the CLP in a massive way. And then in the inner areas where, issues of the environment, for instance, are more popular, it's breaking towards the Greens. And you're seeing that in Fannie Bay, which seems to suggest that Labor, it's tried to track toward the right, or toward the centre-right at least, to try and beat the CLP at its own game on the issue of crime. It's fully embraced the gas industry, for instance, and opening up the Beetaloo, which is also what the CLP wants to do. So what's happened is that, on both sides, Labor's lost trust with voters over its handling of crime, on the environment, and people have gone their separate ways. And now we're seeing results like in Breitling and in Fannie Bay, where the Greens are doing potentially really well tonight.
Thanks, Tom. We're going to go now to Robin Cale, the CLP candidate in Port Darwin. I don't think we've got any numbers just yet to let you know how that seat's going. But, Robin, you would be encouraged by this big swing we're seeing tonight to the CLP.
I'm certainly encouraged by it. It is a little frustrating not to have any numbers for Port Darwin yet, but seeing what's happening across the territory is reassuring.
Robin, it's Tom Morgan here. Obviously, we don't have any results from your seat yet, but if the swing continues into Port Darwin tonight, you will be elected, most likely, as the member for that seat. So how are you feeling about the results that you're seeing across the territory at the moment?
It's very encouraging. I think that it's very clear that voters in the Northern Territory are very unhappy with the current Labor government. They feel that they've been let down and they are desperate for change.
What change in direction do you think you're going to see if we do have a CLP majority government, which Antony Green has called? What are we going to start to see change over the next 4 years?
I think we're very definitely going to see a change in the approach to the way we're managing antisocial behaviour and crime. So critical for the rebuilding of our economy that we actually deal with the issues that have been seeing so many people leave the territory. So we have a change in those areas, then we're actually going to see a growth in population rather than a decrease, which will lead to a rebuilding of our economy and absolutely seeing the lifestyle that we so absolutely love about the territory being restored.
And Robin, you're a very prominent figure in the health community here in Darwin. You used to run the GP super clinic out in Palmerston. I want to get your reflection. We talked a bit on the panel earlier about the state of the healthcare system. What would you want to see happen if the CLP, when you form government, to improve the healthcare system in the territory? Because we've heard so much about how it is really struggling.
Well, I think one of the things we absolutely have to see is getting more people here in the territory. What I'm getting from people who are particularly working in the hospital system is they're desperate for staff. They're feeling that they're not being heard as to what they need on the front line, and we really need to be focusing there. And we absolutely need to be looking at why we're having these repeated code yellows, because they just should not be happening. So I think one of the first things that we really should do, should we be successful, is actually have a very good look at what's been happening in our healthcare system and start listening to those people on the front line and start rebuilding our services here.
If you win tonight, will you want to be Health Minister? Will you be asking Lia Finocchiaro for that position?
Tom, I just want to know that I'm going to get over the line tonight. That's my first priority, and I think whatever happens after that will happen.
Robin, Kyle, thank you very much.
Mulka yulnguk tuanja electorate mulka pui unalis anamlan yulnguk countrygor tualiako electorate jamayali miti yulngu malala to vote ngurike area mulkain tayako mayali mulkang area ripun ngai dualiako mayali wangang ni yulngu malali wangan kunamir wanganarau main wanja wangang ni yulngu malanin na mulka electorate nguriako nulun boy ripun ngai mulka electorate unawangayako kulkola kalki nulun boy kulkola nguni kalki nulun boy uni ona karma festival jalika happen every year. Karma festival yadwal Australia indi military indigenous gathering kayulungu malalika marji mengi terga celebrating yulungu culture.
This is NT Votes. It's 7:57 p.m. local time with about 10% of the vote counted. I'm Bridget Brennan.
And I'm Eleni Roussos, and we've seen some extraordinary results for the CLP this evening. With more on the vote count, Antony.
Well, let's start with those statewide votes. Labor's on 28%, drifting down a little bit. The CLP 48.3, the Greens on 6.5. They're on about 15% in the seats they're contesting. So the Greens, that's because they're only contesting 11 seats, others 18.6. People wondering why we haven't done Drysdale. We haven't got any figures. We haven't got any figures for Johnston, which is 2 seats there's a great deal of interest in at the moment. The change in votes since the last election, the Labor votes down 11, CLP up 17. Territory Alliance, of course, not there this time. Their votes flowing mainly through to the CLP and to the others you would expect, and that's turning into a two-party preferred swing of 11.8%, which is more than twice what the country Liberals need to win the election. I thought I'd draw the chamber for the first time. Let's start to fill in the seats we're definitely giving away. At the moment, we've got the CLP on 10, Labor on 4 and others on 1. As I said, we've got this, we don't give away on first figures. We have to get a few more figures before we start to give them away. But the CLP are on 11. We've got a few more which are leaning one way very strongly, and it's just a slow count. And the CLP is now on 11, Labor's 4. CLP need 2 more seats definitely to form government. And I think I now have a seat run I just wanted to talk about. We're trying to make sure that we keep giving figures for seats as they come in. And Robin Lamley, she's the Gillen polling place. She's ahead on 46.9. She's doing better this time as an independent than she did as a Territory Alliance candidate. I think it was a mistake for her last time to have a party label. People like people who are independents, and when they go and join a party, you tend to attract all the baggage that comes with being a member of a party. Sean Heenan is second and the Labor Party's third there. The change in the vote, and Robin Lamley, her vote up is 14% up compared to what she got last time as the Territory Alliance candidate, and it's turning into a 10% swing to her. So Robin Lamley's easily re-elected in Araluen. And a seat we're just now looking at, we've got, I think, is it Wagate or Wadgate Beach? Wagate Beach. And we've got one of the mobile polling booths has come in, and Duran Young is ahead 59.9. The change in vote, now there were some other candidates on the ballot paper last time, and now I'll show this because this is a bit complex. We had it listed with a 6% margin before the election. That was the by-election margin. The numbers here are based on a comparison with the last election when the CLP had 51.2. So there's a slight swing to Labor in Daly, and we're certainly not calling Daly, but that's one of the brighter results we've seen for the Labor Party. A swing of less than 1% to Labor is classed as a good result at this election, given what's going on elsewhere.
Thank you, Antony. We've seen that this evening crime may be really driving the votes towards the CLP's way, but as we know, the drivers of crime are complex and responses need to be nuanced. Natasha Files, how is it that so much time has passed with Labor in power, yet the disparity in the Territory between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people is just so in your face? And how can that be okay?
So I think it's a complicated question to answer. I think part of it is that early investment is starting to pay off. And when I say that, I point to the birth weight of babies born is raising. We're seeing the families as first teachers, those programs early, but those children, they're 5 and 6 years old because it took us, a year or two to get the programs in place when we got to government. But then I also think that we're a far more mobile population. Like the roads are getting better, vehicles are getting better. So I think it's a complication. We're seeing, the cost of living. We talk about it in the urban areas. It's, astronomical in remote areas. So people are leaving. One of the things that I was really pushing was the delivery of healthcare in remote communities, keeping people in community. Why does Watto not have a renal unit? And that's something that is coming, but those people are then shifting to Darwin, which means children, grandchildren. So it's a very complex piece.
Straight to Antony now. Results for another seat in Darwin.
Yeah, sorry, I have to do this one manually the old-fashioned way. It's this seat here. Johnston, let's go to the setup page. What's happening in Johnston? Joel Bowden is the sitting member. Gary Strachan, the CLP candidate, the deadly hair dude. And Justine Davis is the independent in this seat. Now, let's look at the votes here. Gary Strachan is ahead, Justine Davis second, Joel Bowden third. Let's look at that in percentages. You can see 31, 30, 29.6, Greens 8.9. Now, I mentioned earlier that in my previews for the election, I talked about the rule of thirds. You need a third of the vote. If two candidates have a third of the vote, no one else can win. At the moment, nobody has a third of the vote there. Now, I don't think Gary Strachan can win, even though he's leading on first preferences. It's going to depend on who gets knocked out. Now, Billy Barton's preferences, the Greens, will probably favour Justine Davis. Joel Bowden, if he gets ahead of Justine Davis, you always get a lot of leakage from Green preferences when there's a Labor candidate on the ballot paper. So, if Joel Bowden gets ahead, he would potentially win that. But Gary Strachan is ahead, but he's not going to win on those numbers. It's between Justine Davis and Joel Bowden. We have a preference count between CLP and Labor. Completely useless. I'll get rid of it and move to some estimates of preferences. The change in vote there is Labor's down 15, the CLP up 10, Independents 27. The Green vote is down because of the presence of the Independent. I won't do the two-party preferred because it's rubbish, but there's the first figures for Johnston. There's a real story there at the moment. Now, I would say that's 4 polling places. I think that's nearly all the polling places. What's to come is the early voting centre, and the early voting centre will determine the order those candidates come in.
Barry, are we going to be seeing success for independents tonight, do you believe? And what does that say about people's perception of the major parties at the moment?
I thought the Johnson lady was a very good independent. I liked her poster, her face. She looked like a decent person, and I had expectations that people would warm to her. She's also been out in the electorate a lot, And from constituents in the area that I speak to, she comes across very well. She goes and seeks information for them, even though she wasn't in government on either side. She had very little in the way of resources, but she was a very hard-working candidate, so I'm not surprised that she's done well in that particular electorate. In terms of the other independents, I'm not sure if they're going to be as successful as she is.
Hopefully get some results as
Can I also say that, I'd like to say early what an incredible job Lia Finocchiaro has done. This has been a 12-year campaign for her. It didn't really start recently. She's had a lot of problems in terms of trying to win by-elections, etc., but she's hung in there with grit and determination, and that's obviously coming through tonight.
Thank you, Barry. Antony, you're getting some more results.
We've got the Chief Minister's seat. Drysdale Eva Lawler has held this seat for 2 terms. At the last election, she was the first Labor member ever re-elected to a Palmerston seat, and she actually had to swing to her. Clinton Howe is the new CLP candidate. Let's look at the first preferences, and you can see quite a story here at this stage, is that Clinton Howe is just under 60%. This is Palmerston City. It's 2 of the polling places on the day. Eva Lawler on 29%. The change in vote there is a substantial swing, and let's look at the 2-party preferred. It's a 22% swing. We've got a third of the vote, 2 polling places. That swing's not turning around. So as well as her government losing office, it appears that Eva Lawler will lose her own seats. Now, I think they want to run a sting for me, but I'll just say it clearly. On these numbers, Eva Lawler will lose her own seat, and she will join Gough Letts and Adam Giles as leaders of government in the Northern Territory to lose their seat. And that's quite a remarkable result. In fact, this is mirroring results all across the Territory and certainly all across Greater Darwin.
Disastrous for what will be the former Chief Minister, Eva Lawler. What happened there for her?
I think, I said that early on, that Palmerston is tough. She was the first person to be re-elected as a Labor member, but that redistribution, but clearly the other factors, that the swing against the Labor Party has played into that as well. But I don't think it should take away from, the hard work that she's done. Palmerston really has changed, as a city. It's now a place that is desirable for people to live in there. It's got a great amenity, and, we made some significant commitments to go forward. So hopefully, the CLP will continue that work so that it's a livable, vibrant place.
Natasha, on these results, obviously, she's gone. Who's going to be the next leader of Labor?
I think that's a question for, a little bit's time, because I think there's so many seats that are uncertain.
Is it more a question of who's going to be left to lead Labor, do you think?
I mean, I've just done some quick numbers, and I think it is a similar result in one sense to 2012. So, I'm hopeful in 8 seats for Labor. And also, we saw the CLP in 2016. I mean, I did election night with Dave Tollner, and he was, obviously in the situation that I'm in tonight, but things can be turned around. But we need to accept, we need to reflect, and then we'll go from there.
Are you ruling yourself out of having a
yes.
second crack at the Labor leadership?
Yes, I don't have any leadership aspirations within, the Parliament, so to speak. Absolutely within the broader party. That's probably one of the things I've really enjoyed, is 2 weeks on the polling booth, being able to go and do that, flexibly without the commitments of a minister, checking in on our team, because across parties, independents, there is people out there, and I think we should probably acknowledge them tonight, the volunteers. Like, I just had a message, people have driven hundreds of kilometres to make sure that people have been able to get their democratic vote, and to make sure, that signs. I had someone out at 4 a.m. this morning checking that UMob hadn't done anything, overnight, Barry, with bunting and signs. So, there's so many people that work hard behind this, and they'll be feeling this within our team this evening. So my hearts, go out to them, and I certainly congratulate, as I've been calling them all week, the Orange team.
Barry, you're friends with Eva Lawler. Are you surprised by the result?
Yeah, a sitting Chief Minister to be those results. He's an incredible guy, how he's done. They like him. He's disciplined with his army discipline and military discipline, I should say. But what a turnaround! It's incredible that is there. And I am friends with Eva. I have been for a long time, and her late husband Tommy and I were pretty good mates too.
How do you think she's reacting, Eva, to this news?
She'd be devastated. She's a true Territorian, comes from a great hard-working family. Her father was the great trucking man in the early days. Her brothers are in Alice Springs and still involved in trucking. Her sister, of course, her twin sister, is heavily involved in the Buffalo Council and also in the transport industry. That will be a big shock to them tonight. They will be in mourning.
Barry, you mentioned earlier about Lia Finocchiaro and the contribution that she has played in the results that we're seeing tonight. What do you think it has been about Lia that has delivered this outcome?
Oh, just persistence, just hanging in there. I mean, she was down in a party of two. They looked like losing opposition status. She's come from the real bottom of the barrel and worked her way through, and she's just been persistent and kept going, and it's a credit to her to have the tenacity to hang in there.
What sort of Chief Minister do you think Lia will be?
I think she's very good. She listens, she takes notice of advice, and I think she'll be a very good Chief Minister. She's got to put the team together, assuming there is a team there, assuming that they have one tonight, which is going to take some time, and there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, there's some incredible problems in the Northern Territory. You mentioned before about alcohol. I think the alcohol fetal syndrome spectrum is one of the biggest problems we've got. I think it's something like 30% of the prison population, for example, and this is one area that's causing so much problems and so many people in prison suffering from this particular issue. But I mean, power is another problem that she's got. I mean, power and water. 1.2 billion plus add TGen's problems of 350 million in debt. And there's no way that we're going to privatise it. You couldn't sell it if you tried. But the problem is that the gas field, ENI, has failed. It's delivering about 15 terajoules of gas a day. And
all right, we might come back to that conversation because we want to have a look at the seat of Mulka, and we've got Lia Finocchiaro standing by, who's a very popular local member there. Antony, how's that looking?
Well, there's only two candidates. There's no Labor candidate here. At the moment, it looks like the CLP are ahead of Mr. Goyula, but I must say this is the Newland Boy polling place. This is where you would the CLP and Labor do better. Now, on our estimate, there's actually an 18% swing to Mr. Goyula at this stage, so he will win this seat. Even though he's behind on these numbers, he will go on to win that seat.
Thanks, Antony. We've got Lia Goyula there. Good evening to you. How are you feeling tonight? What are your chances there in the seat you've held for a while now?
Yo, namre di pare namalang ka ngara ngamitir maranga matir ka ngara ngamitir na daran ngara to marci guait man namalani mulkai na romdo ka guait man di pare mtu marga bangi jama mtu ngara ko betul betul. Yes, I'm feeling really glad that I am here running at this election to stand and fight, because now I know exactly what I need to talk about and issues and who the people are, the governments, CLP or the Labor government.
Yingia, it's Thomas Morgan.
Whoever it is there, we'll need to sit down and talk issues about how I've coming in the 2016 election, but now I feel confident and I'm going to walk and I'm going to face any obstacles that will come to me.
Yingia, it's Thomas Morgan here. It looks like there'll be a CLP government with a majority in Parliament after tonight. I want to ask what you think of that party's policies, and do you think that the seat of Mulka, that you'd continue to advocate for them, obviously, as an independent if you do win, but what would you like to see the CLP do in that seat over the next 4 years?
It doesn't matter to me whether it's an ALP or a CLP policy, as long as that they need to listen to the voice from the people. and I am the voice for the people out here on the ground, not a hand-picked by the government departments. And I need to point out issues, what is wrong, what is the issues here. Our need to be, it needs to be Yolngoro Morongo, Yolngoro first, going ahead with a self-determination towards treaty, as well as housing, mobility, Aboriginal disadvantage that has never achieved in our communities, and that's why I'm here to run and exactly point out to the government to listen and hear the voices of our people out here.
Obviously, Labor is experiencing a crushing loss tonight. In their 8 years in government, how do you think the incumbent Labor government have treated your seat of Mulka, and have they put in place any meaningful change, or have things gone backward in your electorate over the last 8 years?
In the last 8 years, I have experienced, sat down, when I first stepped into the Parliament, it was the government, then the Labor Party, that they were surprised to see me to stand in and step in, and wondering what I was going to do, wondering who is this guy, who is this man, and what does he want to do? But all I wanted to do is come, step in the Mulka space where Palanda and Yolngu can work together to make a place more better so that we understand each other. In a diplomatic space of Palanda and Yolngu working together. Doesn't matter what party it is a party that needs to listen to the voices of the real people on the land.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have to leave it there.
This electorate, like Katherine, in that played a really important one, the meeting place, the Jawan, the Dakaman, and that lot Wadaman people. The unread electorate means group of people that are enrolled about that place. These lot people haven't come to this land for thousands of years. They got in that ancient rock art there from really long time ago. I'm over 40,000 years old, and I'm near that place called Nitmalak National Park. The rock art I'm sure that traditional owners have been at this place for a really long time.
This is NT Votes. It's 8:15 and there is 18% of the vote counted so far. I'm Bridget Brennan.
And I'm Eleni Roussos. Let's get an update on the votes that are coming in with Antony Green.
Yes, well, let's look at those votes. Devastating figures for the Labor Party. Probably great joy going on at the Marara Italian Club where the CLP are having their function tonight. Just under 50% of the vote for the CLP, 26% for Labor. That figure's still going down. The Greens on 7, about 14 in the seats they're contesting, and others on 17.7. The change in votes occurring. The Labor vote is down 13, the CLP up 18, the Greens up 2, others up 6. The Territory Alliance, of course, not there. I think the Territory Alliance were there in case it was a close result on all our graphics. It's turned out that it's a very different story than we were expecting earlier in the evening, and that's translating into a two-party preferred swing of about 13.2%. Now, let me do the chamber, and we'll look at the seats we're definitely giving away. At the moment, we've got the CLP up to 14, so we've got the Country Liberal Party we now have in a majority. The Labor Party's on 5 and others on 1. If we add a few seats which are likely, we've got the Country Liberals on 14, others 2, Labor 5. So there's still 4 seats undecided there. Now, those figures might jump around. I'll just explain in a while, because there's a few seats coming in where they've got CLP Labor preference counts coming to us, which clearly are not the correct count, and we're starting to try and re-estimate them to get a different sort of figure. So some of these results, which are showing up as gains on our website, we're actually going to have to try and sort out the numbers. But when you've got such a wild set of results as this, it can be very difficult. The results are also slowing down because I think we've got all the polling places and we're just waiting for the early voting centres to start reporting. Now, I wanted to do quickly changing and doubtful seats. What seats we're definitely saying are changing. At this stage, we're saying the CLP has gained Blaine, the Chief Minister's seat at Drysdale, and I haven't even looked at Wanguri. I'll have to go in and check whether that's correct or not, but that's showing up there. There's so much happening, it's rather hard to keep track of everything at the moment. If I look at the seats that we've got in doubt, I've got Johnson as the other seat in doubt. Now, I think I've got one electorate here to look at, which former Chief Minister might be interested in seeing. Natasha Files has got one polling place. I did look at it and probably forgotten what it was. 32%. The Greens are on 25. Melilla May is on 22%. And Helen Secretary is in fourth there. Now, whether that flows through to the early voting centres or not, I'm not sure. If the Greens finish second, then the CLP preferences won't help the CLP. So there's still a chance Labor will win that. There's only one of the four. There's only 18%. There's a lot more counting to come in that polling place. Actually, I'll have a quick look and see if I can see which polling place is in here. It's Nightcliff itself. I can't see how many votes. It's taken 1,000 votes this time, so it's 200 less than last time. The rest of the votes at the early voting centres. So there has just continued to be some remarkable results. I might just take control of the program entirely for the moment. I might
go ahead.
I'll bring up the map because I hadn't looked at Wanguri. Let's bring up the map. No, it's going to refuse to do it for me. Go home. Now I'll go map, and I'll come in here to the map, which isn't going to show up.
Why don't we come back to you, Antony? We might
that.
get your reaction, Natasha, to those numbers in your own seat at Nightcliff.
Oh, like I said, you know, that Green vote is something particularly, you can't just count on them finishing third and giving you those preferences. As a member, you always aim to get people's first preference. But I do have some more figures that I've been sent through from Eton that look a little more optimistic, but that preference flow will be important. And I don't think the preference flow from the information that I've been given is necessarily following straight forward, but they're telling me just to hold steady. But, you know, this is small electorates, and people, you know, as I said, if they're frustrated, they'll change that vote, and it can have an impact significantly.
Natasha, you were the Chief Minister and you were the one who actually came out at a press conference that announced that the government was going to greenlight commercial gas extraction in the Beetaloo Basin. That's going to continue with tonight's result anyway, but in your own seat, on these results, it looks like you could be paying a heavy price for that decision.
And it's, you know, we were just talking about the gas fields offshore. We know, one, that they're higher in emissions, and we know, you know, the one that's servicing us is low. I'll just leave my commentary there. But, you know, in terms of that industry, it's important as the world transitions to renewables. It is low emission gas. We've put in place so many measures to make sure that all of the things that everyone wants, traditional owners' rights, water, to make sure that's okay, and then we can benefit, and not just we as a government and as a jurisdiction, but those individual communities nearby. So they're the complexities that you have when you're in government.
Antony's got some more figures for us now from Wanguri.
Yes, we've got Wanguri. Nicole Manison's retiring Labor member, former Deputy Chief Minister. The new Labor candidate is Shlok Sharma, Shoppy's Union General Secretary, and Ollie Carlson is the new CLP candidate. If you look at the first preference votes here, we've got both polling places in the Casuarina early voting centre in at this stage. This is a good sample, 41%. The Liberal CLP is 46, Shlok Sharma's on 28, Graham Sawyer, the Independents, on 16. Now, I'm not sure the change in vote there. Just look at this, 36% down for the Labor primary vote, 23% up for the CLP. Now, there'll be a significant personal vote there for Nicole Manison, but it's also reflective of what's going on in the northern suburbs of Darwin. Two-party preferred swing is 26%, and that's a comfortable win. Let's go to our hero page. People ask me what the hero button is. It's where we bring up who's the winning picture. Ollie Carlson is the new CLP member for Wanguri. She's the first CLP person to hold that seat since Labor won it at the 1989 by-election. So this is, of all the seats in northern Darwin, this is the seat that's been held by Labor for the longest. They even survived almost losing it. I think it was in 94 when they were losing it on the night, and then they found there were 100 votes to the one-way round, and the former member, whose name I've forgotten momentarily, he got back. But so this is a big defeat for the Labor Party to lose Wanguri.
Thank you, Antony. Barry, you mentioned earlier about Shane Stone being pivotal to the CLP's success this evening. Just wanted, can you give us an insight into what was the directive for this campaign? What was the strategy to get the outcome that you've seen?
Well, I'm not that close, to tell you the truth. I am not inside the tent in terms of the campaign, and I don't really have knowledge of that. So I really can't shed a lot of light on the campaign itself. I can make observations and how I seen it, but I was not involved in the campaign. Maybe that's why it's been so successful.
What about Wanguri and other areas in the suburbs where people perhaps are deciding to leave the territory? How much of a factor is access to housing? Barry, being able to buy a house or build a house in the territory, is that a factor in this election?
Look, coming from Brian O'Gallagher in Karama, he said that there were a lot of people that would like to leave, but they can't get the price for their house because real estate has been flatlining now for some time as the economy has tanked. People would leave if they could get out and sell their house, and that was what he found when he was on the doorstep. That's the only evidence that I've really got there, but he kept enforcing that particular issue to me, that was a big problem.
Well, we are seeing Territorians left with debts, really. Like, they cannot afford to keep, to sell their home.
Yep.
But and left with extraordinary loans to pay because they're not going to get the price to sell it.
Yeah, it's a real big issue, and what's happened tonight, the electorates have put their faith in the CLP. The old adage, of course, that governments lose elections. Very seldom does the opposition win an election, and I think that's what's being played out here tonight. The Labor Party have lost this election, and we have to repay the confidence and faith that the electorate has put into the CLP and make sure we don't let them down.
Through the campaign, we saw the electoral returns for the amount of fundraising and donations that the CLP and Labor got. The CLP pretty much almost doubled Labor's fundraising. Mm-hmm. How much of that can you sheet home to Shane Stone, and how crucial was that massive gold pot, really, in getting this result tonight?
There's nobody raises money like Shane Stone, let me put it that way. And, he has done an incredible job of that, and I would give him 90% of the credit for raising that amount of money over that period of time.
Barry Coulter, we can all agree that there's a lot of work to be done in the Northern Territory. At the turn of self-government, when your government was in power during the Glory run, the Northern Territory inherited an infrastructure deficit from the Commonwealth, and we really haven't seen infrastructure, especially out bush, come very far. How important is it that roads, crucial roads, the network is improved in order to grow the Territory economy and to get us out of this terrible debt that we're in?
Yeah, there's been a fair bit of road improvements. I take the Tanami, for example, massive injection of money into that. The Carpentaria, going past the gas fields, of course. So those roads have had a massive increase in funding. But the main road, the Stewart Highway, have you been down it lately? I mean...
Yeah, I have actually. I went from Katherine to Darwin with my family and it felt like a death trap.
The ruts in the road and
that... It's not safe at all. And why is it that in a wealthy place like the Northern Territory, that roads that southern states take for granted, we can't have, with all of our endless resources? What is going on?
Well, I don't know whether it's endless resources. I see that...
We are wealthy, aren't we? Are we not?
I don't know. I see, with the closing of a number of major mines and that in the Northern Territory, we've got, I think tourism is probably breaking even, but more people go to Mataranka Hot Springs now than Kakadu. So, I'm not sure whether we're that wealthy at the moment. I think there's the four pillars are in a bit of trouble right across the board.
Natasha, you want to come in here?
Oh, I think, and I'm always an optimist, and obviously, our party has to reflect and to rebuild, and that will take time. But, you know, I think that, you know, for the incoming government, there is some positive, you know, we are expected the economy to grow. There is a number of projects that are at that final investment stage. And, you know, we want to see that because, you know, to pick up on your point, Eleni, I also recently drove to Katherine and the road is really difficult. There is some significant upgrades, but it's that distance, the low population. So getting that economy moving so we can then get, you know, that money into our essential services.
Picking up on money, the Northern Territory gets its share of the GST pool, and that the money that the Northern Territory gets is untied. So have governments been putting money into the voter base in Darwin because that's where the votes are at the expense of the bush?
I think we have seen a change in that. I think certainly, you know, we did see on both sides election commitments that were very much aimed at...
Okay, we've got Eva Lawler there at the Labor headquarters at the Waratah Football Club in Darwin. She has just lost her seat there with the party faithful. She's expected to give an address. She's being welcomed into the room. It's obviously an emotional night for her and for Labor. Natasha, how would she be feeling right now?
Oh, I mean, it's difficult, and you know, I had 27 years of watching this, and then we had a really amazing time where we were able to lead the territory under Claire Martin and Paul Henderson, and then some pretty chaotic years, and then I think that we have delivered a lot. And Eva, has been in cabinet since day one. She is a really terrific person, but she'll be feeling this and feeling it. Not so much for herself, but for the volunteers, for the staff, for our colleagues that aren't going to make it through the night. She's a very selfless person.
Labor has held the northern suburbs pretty much uncontested since 2001. How much of a historic moment in terms of a mood shift for Northern Territory politics is this moment now?
Well, it probably ties back to Eleni's point, around like the bush has looking very solid for Labor. That northern suburbs is that swing, and if you can grab the northern suburbs, you can grab government. But, I think there'll be a lot of reflection after tonight. But I know that, we've got a great team, and they, from the bottom of my heart, say thank you to them, and, we'll look out for each other over the coming days.
Yeah, so look, there is Eva Lawler, flanked by her Deputy Chancey Pake there at the Labor headquarters. I'm not sure if we're going to... Yeah, here she comes now to the lectern.
I'll start by acknowledging the Larrakia people on... which mic? This one? Okay. I'll start by acknowledging the Larrakia people on whose land we meet today, and the beautiful land that we all love, Larrakia. It has been an absolute privilege to be Chief Minister of the Northern Territory. It's also been an absolute privilege to be the member for Drysdale, probably the best seat in the whole of the Northern Territory, a seat that I've been very proud to be the local member. It has also been a privilege to be a minister in the Northern Territory government for 8 years, and I'm proud. And I'm proud of the tough fight, the tough, hard fight that we've fought in this campaign. Unfortunately, we haven't got over the line tonight. It looks like I've lost my seat, and I know some of our great candidates and great members have also lost their seat as well tonight. So a sad night, absolutely sad night for Labor. But to all of you who are here, the people who have campaigned so hard for us, so hard for so long, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. So look out tonight, I see the party faithful, the people who have been around since 2001, that have been committed to Labor, and I know will continue to be committed to Labor. To all of you who are here, I love you. You are the Labor family, the family that I'm very, very proud to have led. I'm also very proud of my own family. I know I didn't want a political career. I got into politics late in life, and you know the line, I'm the person that's the least political in the Labor Party. But to my own family, I am absolutely indebted forever to my two beautiful children, Lindsay and Kirby. You could not have two more beautiful children and amazing Territorians. So Lindsay and Kirby, thank you very much for just always supporting me. My two sisters, Louise and Christina, and my three brothers, Robert, John and Frank, again have just supported me every single inch of the way. I think you all know my story. There was a nice article in the NT News today. It has been tough. My husband passed away in 2018, but I know he's watching down, and I know every single day he's always supported me in all the roles that I have. But to all my family and to the people who are my new family, my Labor family, the people who always look after me, thank you very much. To the hardworking people, Shlock Sharma, our campaign director, to Carly Dalton. I think she's got about 70 complaints that she's following up from the polling today, but also to our President Antony Venus. Thank you very much for the hard work that you've put into the campaign. I will also make an extraordinary mention of Alf Leonardi, who coordinated our fundraising. Is a true legend and has done so much work on this campaign. And Alf, thank you very much for always backing me, always getting in and supporting me, but all your hard work for this campaign as well. Thank you. To my deputy Chancey Paik, to my ministerial colleagues. I know Lia talked about a united party and united, but I can truly tell everybody in this room, and you all know this, you could not get a more united cabinet. You could not get a more united caucus. We actually want to be in the same room as each other. We enjoy each other's company. We absolutely love each other. The people in my cabinet have become my best friends. They truly are my best friends that I have. So to all of you, to Kate Warden, I'm looking at Kate, I'm looking at Mark Monaghan, Selena Ubo, to Naria Kit, to all our members in our cabinet. You truly are exceptional people who have worked so hard for the Territory and have led the Territory. But to my caucus team, some of our newer caucus members look like they're going to hold their seats. To Manuel Brown, Duran Young, you've done a really good job. Terrific people. And as I said, the results probably won't be known for a few days. And as I said, I have spoken to Lia Finocchiaro. I've told her what an absolute privilege it is to be a Chief Minister in the Northern Territory. And I have conceded. But as I said, there will still be some seats that need to be decided. I'll move on to the staff. Because as Chief Minister and as a Minister, you truly can't do what you want to do unless you have exceptional staff. And I truly have been blessed to have, in my 8 years, amazing people that have worked for me, that have been so loyal, that have worked day and night exceptionally hard for me. I will mention Mark Nelson, my Chief of Staff. Mark... For all of us knows Mark, he truly is the smartest man in the room, in every room that you're in, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with Mark. To Suzanne Morgan, Suzanne's been my Chief of Staff and my Deputy Chief of Staff. And she is the glue. She's the glue that holds my life together sometimes, but she's also the glue that holds everything on the fifth floor together. Suzanne Morgan, you are an exceptional person, absolutely exceptional person to have on staff. Wherever you go, I know you'll always succeed in life. You have a beautiful personality. We all love you, Suzanne. So thank you very much, Suzanne. The next exceptional person is Jasmine Roussos. truly is the hardest working person, I think, on the 5th floor. She is amazing. She truly is a very good friend of mine, but we think alike, we say alike, and a briefing with Jasmine's always a laugh. We always have a good time together as well. It's always good fun with Jasmine around, but Jasmine, I will be indebted to you for probably the rest of my life for the fun that we've had, but the great work that we've had that we've been able to do together. But Jasmine, you're only young, you've got a huge future ahead of you, but thank you, Jasmine, for all you've done for me. To Anthony Templeton. Anthony's only been in the Territory since about January this year, but has made a huge difference to our messaging and the work that we've done. Thank you, Anthony, for, again, being an absolute professional, and it's been fantastic having you in the Northern Territory. But I now move on to our electorate staff, my electorate staff. I've only had in the time that I've been a local member three electorate officers, Kirby Bolton, Liz Cruz and Lisa Camero. 3 beautiful, beautiful people. And Sarah Morrissey. You cannot get better electorate staff than that. And again, when you're a minister or even when you're chief minister, there are times where you're called out or you're busy or you can't necessarily be in the electorate as much as you would like to be. So to my electorate officers, Lisa and Sarah, you truly have been magnificent. Thank you very much. I will thank all of the government agency CEOs as well. I have been very fortunate to have outstanding chief executives of government agencies across the board. Everyone that I've had as I've been minister have been outstanding, and I wish them all the very best. I know how hard the next few weeks are going to be when you have a change of government, but I wish them all the best. And I'm going to have one last say around the thank yous, and that's to thank my close personal protection guy, Scott. He's up the back there. Scott and his crew have been dragged around the Northern Territory by me, but Scott, you have been a wonderful person to have in our company. So thank you very much, Scott. But tonight is a tough night for Labor, a truly tough night for Labor. It wasn't the result that we wanted to see, we know that, but I think some of those votes and some of those decisions were made a long time ago. I know Territorians want to change. We've heard that loudly and clearly. As I said, I have wished Lia Finocchiaro all the very best. It is a hard job being a Chief Minister in the Northern Territory, but I can also assure Territorians that when we're in opposition, we're not going to be running the Northern Territory down. We love the Territory. We will be constructive in opposition. I won't be there in opposition. As I said, I've lost my seat, but I know my colleagues that will remain. They will be constructive in opposition. Their criticism of the CLP or the criticism of the government of the day will be about what's best for Territorians rather than spending the time running the Northern Territory down. There are plenty of things that our government can be very proud of, plenty of achievements that we can be very proud of, and I acknowledge Michael Gunner and Natasha Files and the hard work that they've done leading the Northern Territory over the 8 years with me in our term of government, and also our ministers and our backbenchers who have worked exceptionally hard. I will acknowledge Nicole Manison, who's retiring, also Paul Kirby, who's retiring, and wish them all the very best. I will mention, because we've got media here, and so I will mention some of the achievements that our government has achieved over our time of government. Full funding of education is one that I will be very proud of. That truly will make a difference in the Northern Territory. We've fought hard for that for our 8 years, and even prior to that I fought hard as a Deputy Chief Executive to have full funding for all our schools, and I thank Jason Clare, the Federal Education Minister, for his work that we've in collaboration with our government around that. We can be very proud of achieving full funding for schools in the Northern Territory. And let's hope the CLP don't cut funding to education and cut teachers in the Northern Territory. I'm very proud of the $11 billion spend in infrastructure in the Northern Territory. $11 billion. When people ask where's the debt and what's been spent on, $11 billion of infrastructure in the Northern Territory. And I'm really proud of the Palmerston Hospital, the Palmerston Police Station, the Palmerston Fire Station, and 2 schools in Palmerston. And we could talk, and I could talk for hours about the infrastructure in the Northern Territory. I will mention, though, over 2,000 kilometres of bitumen in the Northern Territory. I will mention the sealing of the Tanami. I think I heard Barry Coulter doing the election wrap-up for ABC. Barry Coulter, I think, said at some stage, "You'll never get that done." Well, Barry Coulter, we have. We're building and we're bitumising the Tanami Road. I'm also proud of the $570 million of new money that's going into police in the Northern Territory. That $570 million means 200 extra sworn police officers, and that's what's needed in the Northern Territory. That will make a difference in the Northern Territory as well. Plenty of achievements, and I could talk, as I said, a long time around those achievements. But what I will finish by saying, thank you for your support over the 8 months that I've been Chief Minister. I would have liked it to have been longer. Of course, we would have liked to have had another term to lead Territorians. But thank you also for the 8 years that we have been in government. It truly is an honour to lead the Northern Territory. I do believe that we leave the Northern Territory in a much better position than previously. But hard work, it is hard work in government, and the CLP will find that out. It isn't easy. Territorians are expecting to see crime reduced in the Northern Territory. All of those election commitments that we heard from the CLP will be making sure, I'm sure, that they are accountable for all of those. But tonight, I thank all of you who are here and say thank you very much for being loyal supporters of ours. To all our staff, I know how hard it's going to be for you over the next few weeks. You will be supported. We will be here to support you because you have worked exceptionally hard for all of us. But now it's time to have a drink, think about the great things that have happened under a Labor government. But thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
A disheartened but stoic Eva Lawler there addressing her supporters at the Waratahs Club in Darwin, where she described tonight as a very sad night for Labor, that she's proud of the hard fight that her party has fought for this election. She's thanked her party and her supporters for their hard work, describing tonight's outcome as a tough night for the party. Eva Lawler also paid tribute to her late husband, Tom Lawler, who inspired her foray into politics, and says that she is proud of Labor's achievements, crediting funding for education as one of her highlights, also improvements to some Territory roads and more funding for police. We are now...
We're having an audio problem there. Hopefully we'll be able to hear a little bit more from Eva Lawler and the Labor Party, saying it's really a truly difficult night for the Labor Party, with Eva Lawler losing her seat of Drysdale. Also paying tribute to other ministers and Labor members and candidates who've lost their seats. I'm going to go back now to Eva Lawler.
Will be the new member for Drysdale. I wish him well, because it is an amazing electorate, and one that I've been very proud to lead over the last 8 years. So I do wish Clinton Howell the very best too.
What has it meant to you to not just be a representative, for your seat, but also to be the Chief Minister of the Northern Territory?
I think it's an absolute honour. Like, it truly is an honour to lead the Northern Territory. Every day that I drove into work, I would pinch myself and say, this is an absolute honour. And I always set myself a goal to make sure that day that there was something that I could be proud of, that I'd achieved that day. And I can say that. It's been a great honour to have been Chief Minister for those 8 months. I would have liked to have had longer, but, it's now up to Labor. Labor will be in opposition. It's now up to Labor in opposition to rebuild and to look forward, but also to listen to what Territorians have said. That's politics, to make sure you do listen to the electorate and work forward.
Obviously, it's very early days, but I mean, what does sort of the future hold for you at this stage?
I think a fair bit of sleep, a bit of a holiday. I love reading, but I've got 2 beautiful grandchildren as well, so spending some more time with my grandchildren, catching up with friends, all of those sorts of things. So, but yeah, I'm still young, and I look forward to whatever the winds will come my way. I look forward to that. Yeah.
Potential you could stay in politics for longer?
No, I won't stay in politics. As I said, I got into politics probably accidentally, and as I said, I'm the least political person in politics, so I'll look to something else at some stage, but at the moment it is about just taking a break and spending time with my loved ones, really.
Well, Eva, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your time.
Thank you very much.
So that was Eva Lawler there at the ALP headquarters tonight, speaking about this pretty resounding defeat for Labor. Natasha, she said that she's heard the message loud and clear from voters. What is that message?
That they want to change, that they, after, 2 terms of Labor, that they, want to see things done differently. And the CLP have made a number of strong commitments. And I, think that not just in a constructive way, as you heard from Eva there, but the community are going to expect that change. So, but tonight's a night to, congratulate the CLP, like they have won this election. Lia has done that. That is, theirs to own, and for us to look after each other and reflect upon in the coming days. And I think one thing this early voting centre, plus obviously independents and Greens, like there's preference flows jumping everywhere. So just see what the final makeup of our team is. I was a part of the opposition team 2012 to 2016, and I won my seat in 2012 when Labor lost government, and it was a strange feeling because I had won, but we had Paul Henderson and the team had lost. So I've been around a while, so it'll be about looking after each other in the next few days, seeing who's in the team, and then going from there. But tonight is about the CLP, and I truly congratulate them and wish them well, because when they do well, the Territory does well.
Let's go to Antony.
We just wanted to do 2 seats. The first is Drysdale, Eva Lawler's seat, and as you can see, it's a pretty comprehensive defeat. We've got 37% of the vote 37% of the vote counted, 59% for Clinton Howe, 29% for Eva Lawler, so double her votes. The change in primary vote that's occurred there, you can just see that's a massive, massive change there. And the 2-party preferred swing is 22.6. Now, maybe some early voting centres might diminish that, but it's still a massive swing. Eva Lawler, Natasha Files and Michael Gunner were the first 3 chief ministers to be born in the Northern Territory. I know Marshal Perrin always claimed his birthright was stolen by the Japanese because of the Second World War, but the 3 Labor ministers have been the first to be born in the Northern Territory, and they've held office in this term. Now, the next thing I want to do is Natasha Files, and I'll start with the setup page, because I wanted to spill it with Lia Finocchiaro. She will be the first CLP Chief Minister who was born in the Northern Territory. She turns 40, 1 month into her terms in office. She's the first CLP leader this century to survive a full term, which tells you a lot about just what she's been successful to survive for a full term. That's her seat. Let's look at the result in this election. Only 2 candidates here. Got 36% of the vote. She's got 79.6% of the first preference vote. And the swing in that electorate, this is has been the safest CLP seat for a while, 17% swing. And Lia Finocchiaro is returned as the member for Spillett and as the new Chief Minister of the Northern Territory.
Thanks a lot, Antony. Well, we are expecting Lia Finocchiaro, the CLP leader, to address the party faithful. Quite a crowd there at the Italian Club in Darwin. Barry, what will be the first priority for Lia Finocchiaro, do you think?
I guess to get the team together, the winning team.
Sorry, Barry, we're going to fix your mic and come back to that question as soon as we can. Tom Morgan, what do you think will be the first priorities for the CLP government?
Well, she said it about a week ago when she unveiled Declan's Law with the mother of Declan Laverty, that slain bottle shop worker, which really was, I think, a massive moment in Darwin where this issue just became serious. And you know, a massive part of tonight's result is that issue of crime. And Lia said on week 1 of Parliament she would unveil Declan's Law, or pass Declan's Law through Parliament. She can do it now without it a crossbench. So it's going to be, from here on out, making those massive changes to bail laws. Well, not massive, but the Criminal Lawyers Association says they won't be massive. But for the CLP, there is going to be now a focus on crime. There will be a real, I think, move to try and consolidate and also be collegial within the team of the CLP, because it has been a really rough 8 years in opposition. Like, they got beaten down to 2 seats. They now have over 14. There's going to be a huge expansion of the CLP team in Parliament. So there's going to be all this work now to try and stabilise the team and begin putting out the feelers and rolling out the policy that they've been running on for the last 4 years.
I wonder whether or not there will be a push towards addressing the internally displaced Territorians that we're seeing. You know, we've seen extraordinary urban drift in places like Darwin, people who can no longer live in remote communities because of the lack of investment and prosperity in the regions. And how has that, do you think, played out in the result tonight, Tom?
Oh, well, it's been like very visible. And you know, one of the things that, you know, really shocked me when I first moved to Darwin was, you know, I would be walking down the street and I would see a domestic violence incident on the street in front of me. It was heartbreaking. It was terrifying. And, you know, I think for a lot of people in Darwin, that sort of urban drift that you're talking about there has probably taken a lot of long-term Darwin residents by surprise, by shock. That, you know, you talk to people who have lived here their entire lives and they do tell you it's gotten worse lately. So I think that, you know, that has to be, if the CLP want to use this you know, resounding mandate that they've received tonight and, you know, lead for not just the next 4 years but the next 8, 12. They're going to have to start looking at those issues. And, you know, obviously they're going to look at, you know, the short term, but, you know, I think there is an acknowledgement. And Lia, I've listened to her at press conferences for the last 3 years. She's talked a fair bit about the long term as well, about the underlying causes. She's talked about diversion for people who, you know, do get charged with criminal offences. There is that acknowledgement that there does need to be work, long-term hard work to turn those issues around. So it's going to be something that they work on.
You can see live pictures there of the CLP party tonight, waiting for the CLP leader, Lia Finocchiaro, to address the room. We'll bring that to you live as soon as she hits the stage. Just picking up on what Tom was saying there, Natasha, on domestic, family and sexual violence. Did your government do enough on this? Did you meet with the sector enough to really listen to those concerns? Because the homicide rate and the injury rate in the Northern Territory is catastrophic.
I would say in response to that, yes. Minister Kate Warden, I know myself, you know, would meet with the sector, and I think it's really important that we, you know, in the Territory, and so Lia as the incoming Chief Minister, it's going to take us a while to change those terms, but that she does meet, you know, fairly urgently with the sector, recommit to that $180 million, but listen to them because they've got, you know, ideas and they are being implemented. You heard earlier, you know, it does take time, but I think I probably could urge, you know, just some caution. Like, absolutely, she's got a mandate to do what she wants, and she's got some clear things which she's articulated, and she'll roll those out in the coming weeks and months, but also just to perhaps take some time. You know, some of these ideas aren't necessarily Labor. They're public servants who are there to serve the public and, you know, work incredibly hard. And I think we did see a little too much of that last time, that change in government. Like, just don't throw everything out. You know, you can potentially blame us if things, you know, but like some of those public policies are good policies that are starting to make an impact. So just, you know, listen to the advice would be my words of caution.
Natasha Files, election after election, we hear governments say that they're going to listen to Territorians. It's almost become the catchphrase that we're going to listen to you. Yet voter turnout in our remote regions is so low, and it's been low for a long time. Can you understand why people living remote have no faith in politics?
Yeah, I can, and it was something, you know, I really tried to engage at different levels, whether it was with land councils, whether it was with peak bodies, whether it was with those delivering the services, as well as just being out on the ground. But I think that is something across the board. Apathy with parliaments and members of parliament and in general is something that I think does need to be reflected upon and worked through so that we can, you know, not just in remote areas, but the rest of the territory, people can try and have some faith.
Barry, does it concern you that there is a low voter turnout across the board, really, but acutely in remote regions? What does it say for democracy when people aren't turning up?
Well,
or don't have access? I mean, I should say that, you know, there is issues of equity and access also.
There is. But look, I've been doing a little bit of phoning around that the Bush turnout in some places 30%. If you look at the voice referendum, I think Lingiari, which was the whole thing with Antony, would probably be able to tell us exactly, but I think it was something like 46% of the people of Lingiari actually voted. So it's virtually become non-compulsory voting in the bush now. There are no fines, and nobody gets charged anymore, and they've had enough, you know, in terms of going along to polling booths, and I think there's a big rejection in the bush vote about voting in general on any issue, and that's something that needs to be addressed. But you know, it's turned out, from my understanding, you will see a very low polling turnout in the bush this election.
Thank you, Barry. We are now about to get an update on the vote count in remote seats around Katherine. Tom?
Yeah, let's go first to the seat of Arafura, where Labor's Manuel Brown is facing off against Yana Thompson-Gaykamungu.
Yeah, we've been concentrating on where the change is occurring, and there's not much change happening in a number of electorates which Labor are holding. One of those is Arafura, and it appears at this stage that Manuel Brown has increased his majority compared to the results of the last election, a substantial swing to him. Now, you do have to watch in this electorate, you do get differences from mobile to mobile, often based on the language groups of candidates, but at this stage, it's a very strong result for the Labor Party in Arafura.
Now to Arnhem, where Selena Yubo had a very tough race last time around against Ian Munga Ngumbula. How's she looking this time?
Well, he's there again this time, but this time he's the CLP candidate. He was a CLP candidate in 2016 and didn't come close. He ran as an independent in 2020 and ran Labor a serious close. But back as a CLP candidate, the Labor Party has reasserted their strength in that electorate. There's a 2.2% swing to the CLP, and that's based on a two-party preferred count from last time to this time. But essentially, there's no shift in Arnhem. And so Selena Yubo will be the member for Arnhem again for another term.
Now to Katherine, where Jo Hersey is hoping to retain her seat against Sam Phelan, the Independent, and Nick Lovering of Labor.
Yeah, we've got half the vote in, and what's happened here is Sam Phelan, a local veterinarian, she's been campaigning on the water issues and the cotton industry in the area. She's on 28%. She's got ahead of Labor, but Jo Hersey was elected last time and she's substantially increased the vote. Both Katherine and Breitling had very narrow margins after the last election. I think that was greatly complicated by the fact the high vote for the Territory Alliance. They got 29% in this electorate. I think what's happened, if I look at the change in vote here, you can see what's happened. The Territory Alliance has gone away. Most of that's gone to CLP. Some has gone to the Independent, and the Labor votes collapsed. And there's a two-party preferred swing of about 18% there.
The vast bush seat of Goyja is next, where the Deputy Chief Minister, or outgoing Deputy Chief Minister, Chansey Paik, is facing off against the CLP's Jarrah Jiparula Williams.
Yeah, and now from memory, these are the two early voting centres, one in Alice Springs, one in Katherine. There's 3 mobile teams. They haven't been counted. One of them is counted late in Darwin, 2 are counted in Alice Springs, and they haven't come in yet. They will likely increase Chansey Paik's majority there. He's currently on 61%. If you look at the two-party preferred swings since last time, there's basically no change. So basically, in all the seats that Labor held in the top end and the outback, there's been very little change or even an increase in the Labor vote, but it's in the urban areas where Labor's been thrashed. And this, in fact, if you look back to 2012 when the CLP won, the weakness in the CLP's victory was they won nothing in the northern suburbs. They retained Sanderson, but they didn't win any more seats in the northern suburbs, which meant their majority was built on holding Palmerston, Alice, Katherine, and then Port Darwin, and then a string of Indigenous seats which they'd never previously held. And that created an internal tension and arguments over what the government should be spending money on. This time they're not going to have that problem. They have one Darwin, they have one Alice, they have one Katherine. They are a government of the urban areas of the Northern Territory and will have a comfortable majority.
Thank you, Antony. Natasha Files, it's looking good for Chancey Paik. Do you think that he could become leader for Labor?
I think that for us it's going to be really important to take that time, and that was something, having been elected in 2012 when we lost government, and we quickly, you know, Terry Mills was disposed of very quickly. We all remember the power price hikes and things like that. So it very quickly became apparent that there was, you know, a chance of government again. So I think that just taking some time to look after each other, to see who's going to be in the parliament, and then to work that through is something that I certainly will be urging.
Barry, we just heard there from Antony that this is a government winning a lot of urban seats in the urban centres. Will the CLP continue to govern and advocate for the bush?
Well, certainly, you know, we'll still have two predominantly bush seats in Steve Edgington and Barclay and Bill Yan, of course. But no, the CLP will certainly continue to talk to and listen to people right across the Northern Territory. I'm confident of that. That's just Lia's type. That's the way she is. So she will not. She will rule for all Territorians, regardless of their voting patterns or habits or where they're domiciled, where they live.
Thank you, Barry. Well, we have live pictures coming in from the CLP's HQ at the Italian Club in Marara, where we're hearing that Lia Finocchiaro has arrived. We hope to cross to the new Chief Minister in a moment to get her response to this extraordinary outcome tonight. And Barry, what do you think will be going through Lia's mind right now? Do you think she saw this coming?
I think she... No, not to the extent that it's arrived. Well, looks like arriving. But you know, she was pretty confident that she had a team and that there were a number of seats that could fall our way. But certainly, I don't believe the swing would have been in her mind to the extent that it looks like it's happening.
Antony mentioned earlier that Lia Finocchiaro has made history, becoming the first female Chief Minister to be born in the Northern Territory. It's quite symbolic for the Territory, isn't it?
It is. It's very important to be a Territorian, born and bred, and she'll have that with a lot of pride. And that primary vote, if that holds at 79%, that's got to be a record primary vote for, it's not, there's higher ones?
I think Malandieri went higher at one point.
Did they? Well, it's getting up there.
But that's not me, that's Antony, that's not my job.
It's getting up there if that is the primary vote.
But it's a huge primary vote. She should be congratulated.
Yeah, it is. It's an incredible primary vote.
And I think she'd be the youngest if she comes in under 40.
I think Everingham was under 40.
Oh, they're all old.
Yeah, there's a couple of younger.
But no, you know, she'll be extremely proud, and particularly of the volunteers, the amount of people that came in to help. And I believe that she encouraged a lot of them. You know, they were hotbedding it they were sleeping on the CLP headquarters, and Alison, the campaign director out there, an incredible amount of work. She was, of course, Lia's chief of staff before she went out to become the campaign director, so the two of them were able to work closely together because they had that relationship as well. But the volunteers and the effort that they put in, we haven't seen that in the CLP for a long time.
What do you think was it about
hearing a big cheer from the CLP room. Looks like there she is, Lia Finocchiaro, with her two children and her husband there. The pretty jubilant mood there at the Italian Club in Darwin. As Barry says, scores of volunteers in the room, and the party faithful as Lia Finocchiaro comes through.
She's there with her children, her young children, Isaac and Isla, and her husband, Sam Burke. Lia Finocchiaro soon to address her party faithful at the Italian Club in Marara. A proud moment for the Finocchiaro family, who are an established family in Darwin. Lia's great uncles ran a very successful bakery in the post-war period here in Darwin. I'm told it was one of the best bakeries in town. So an incredible moment for the Finocchiaro family.
But Barry, while we wait for Lia to speak, what was it about Lia's and the campaign that cut through to the extent that we're seeing tonight?
I'm not sure. As I said, I wasn't involved in the campaign strategy, but I think that the fact that the discipline, that's certainly something that came under Lia's watch, and it has been under her watch with the parliamentary wing for some time. But just to have that discipline and everybody firing in the same direction, and I credit her with that. She's the one that can bring that about. She's has a bit of a reputation to try and make sure that people are all on the one page, and that's paid off tonight.
And that was something that I noticed at the press conferences. She was dead on message every single time she was talking. It was always, she'd say the same thing over and over again, but she knew what the messages were and she stuck to it.
She hasn't deviated for 2 or 3 years, actually, but even in her debates and her personal speeches, etc., she's always on message.
Well, here she comes to the stage, Lia Finocchiaro.
Right, thank you, everyone. I didn't know whether I should start my speech by thanking Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for making me redundant so I could devote myself full-time to this campaign. But I want him to know that I've got enough left over to come after him in the next federal election. So can I just initially acknowledge and welcome the federal Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Susan Lee, who's been up here with us. Also the former Foreign Minister and former Senator, Marissa Payne. And if Senator Karen Little is watching down in Alice Springs, a very warm welcome to you. Welcome home, Karen. Can I say to all our other friends from around Australia, from the Liberal and National parties, thank you for your help and support, many of whom travelled to the NT at their own expense to assist. Thank you. My next task is to thank our outstanding campaign team by Alison Hannon, For months, Alison and her team have worked 24/7 against the odds. On behalf of the LP, I thank the campaign team for their tremendous, outstanding efforts. And can I make the point that this campaign imported some different tactics than what a lot of members of the CLP necessarily familiar with. And I have to say, campaigns have changed. And if you want to win, you learn to get on the wagon and learn all the tactics that are employed. And I was grateful for Alison for bringing them into our orbit. My fellow Territorians, I don't believe in political miracles, but I do believe in hard work, discipline and commitment. And to all our candidates, you had bucketfuls. And thank you for stepping up as CLP candidates. It is no easy task to stand for public office, as I know. I acknowledge your political courage, and if you got a bit of a taste for it, then we'd like to see you around next time if you didn't get here this time. To our supporters and donors, thank you. To our membership territory-wide, thank you. I want to make a special call out to two people who just stood with me over the last 12 months and did a lot of behind-the-scenes work. And there's always a risk when you start naming people. I want to thank Ray Bale. and Barry Coulter. Who's come along with the campaign, thank you. In particular, I want to dedicate my efforts and contribution to the memory of the late Graham Lewis, taken too soon. It is now my pleasure, the 5th Chief Minister of the Northern Territory, to introduce the 14th Chief Minister of the Northern Territory, Lia Finocchiaro.
What an incredible group of dedicated, hard-working Territorians. How good is it to be Territorian tonight? Tonight's result is a victory for hope and opportunity for every single Territorian. A short time ago, I received a call from Eva Lawler, and I want to thank her on behalf of all Territorians for her service and dedication and commitment to the Northern Territory. It is an absolute honour and a privilege to stand here before you as the first female Country Liberal Party Chief Minister of the Northern Territory. Born and bred second-generation Territory kid, the granddaughter of Italian migrants, I grew up living an iconic Territory childhood, hunting, camping, fishing and playing outside. I always knew the Territory was a special place, and I was lucky to be a Territorian. Growing up here, I felt the energy and opportunity that the Territory would give me. I have always felt blessed and proud to be Territorian. When I put my hand up to serve the people of the Northern Territory in 2012, I swore an oath to defend our freedoms and fight for future generations who deserve the opportunities and lifestyle that I had growing up here. This result represents a turning point in the Territory's future. Territorians have used their voice to stand up against Labor, who have taken them for granted for far too long. Territorians have stood up against nearly 2 decades of escalating crime, an economy going backwards, and the erosion of our once iconic lifestyle. But tomorrow is the start of a new day and a new chapter. Tomorrow is a new chapter for the Territory, and it's a moment of forward momentum for all of us. It represents the power of a community to take control of their future by electing a strong, united team of Territorians with the real world and government experience to set a new course for our community, our economy, and our future. Our commitments to Territorians have reflected the concerns and the aspirations that they have for our great Territory. Our team has been out on the ground right across the Territory, listening to Territorians from the bush to the sea about what is important to them. I reconfirm our commitment to Territorians that what is important to you is important to us. The great people of the Northern Territory have spoken loud and clear. They want to live in a safe community where our police are supported with better laws as we address the root causes of crime. They want to live in a territory that is thriving, a place that's easy to do business, and there are opportunities for people now and for our kids into the future. Territorians want to live in a place that respects the values of what it is to be Territorian, a place where the can-do spirit is alive, a place where we live free to enjoy our vast natural landscapes, a place that we can be proud to live and proud to be Territorian. The heartbreak of watching families, friends and colleagues pack up and leave the Territory because they cannot see a future here ends today. And the hard work on behalf of all Territorians begins tomorrow. Tomorrow I will meet with the Police Commissioner and Chief Executive of Chief Minister and Cabinet to outline the immediate work that must begin to make the Territory safe. We will do whatever it takes. We will do whatever it takes to restore community safety. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Territorians who believe in the CLP to deliver a safe and strong Territory. We want this place to be better for our families, just like you do for yours. I also pledge to all Territorians that we will make this great place even better. Tomorrow we will get to work on delivering our plan to reduce crime, rebuild our economy and restore our lifestyle, and we will not let you down. To my parliamentary team, my amazing parliamentary team, give a huge round of applause to Gerard Maley, Marie-Claire Boothby, Joe Hersey, Steve Edgington, Bill Yan, Josh Burgoyne. Thank you. Thank you for being a strong voice for Territorians, the strong voice that they needed from us over the last 4 years, for holding a bad Labor government to account and developing a plan that Territorians know will deliver change for the better. And to our candidates, those who made it over the line tonight, those of you who didn't make it over the line, and those where we know the result remains unclear, thank you. Your hard work, your passion, your drive for change makes all of us proud. Without you, the CLP could not have achieved this result. You are a part of our success and will always be part of the CLP family. You put up your hand to fight for change, and you have done yourself, your family, the CLP and the Northern Territory exceptionally proud. To our fearless CLP President Shane Stone, thank you. To our Campaign Director Alison Hannam and her team. To every single CLP member, to all of our volunteers, to all of our supporters, thank you. We just cannot thank you enough for your determination and support to make sure that the Territory's future is secured under a CLP government. Campaigning is very hard work, with hours spent in the sun, letterbox dropping, standing on pre-poll, phone canvassing and roadsides. But you dug deep because you believe the Territory can be better. And with this result, the Territory of tomorrow will be better than the Territory of today. And finally, on behalf of our entire team, I'd like to thank our families, the people who sacrifice the most so that we can wake up every single day and serve our community. Your love and support fuels us to allow us to be our very best, to the people of the Northern Territory every single day. You are our driving force, our constant reminder of why we fight and what we are fighting for. This result is a turning point for the Territory, and we are full of hope and optimism about the future. Thank you.
Territory's 14th Chief Minister, Lia Finocchiaro, addressing her supporters there at the Italian club in the Darwin suburb of Marara. Barry Coulter, Lia's father-in-law, Dennis Burke, is a former Northern Territory Chief Minister. What guidance do you think he gave to see this result tonight?
I would think Lia probably gave him guidance, not to give me any guidance. That would be what I'd think. She's her own woman, lady in her own right. And, well, as I said, she would take advice and she would listen to people, but I don't believe her father-in-law had any impact on her at all during this campaign.
Were you struck by her language there? She spoke as a team. She didn't actually reference herself very much. She spoke about all of the different volunteers. She referenced the sacrifice that families of members of parliament have to give in politics. It was quite remarkable to hear her talk about we and not I.
I don't think she had to.
Yeah.
She's got the runs on the board. She's led the campaign. As I said, she's been campaigning for this for 12 years. So there was no I in that. Tonight was her opportunity to thank everybody that's made it happen.
How much of you think back 8 years ago when they were reduced to, 2 seats in the Northern Territory Parliament. They're now on 15, according to the bottom of the screen, and potentially with 5 more in doubt, we could see it go beyond that. How much of a rebuilding effort has she had to undertake to get to this point?
Enormous, just incredible. I mean, remember there was a push on to remove them from opposition status, and very lucky to retain opposition status. I mean, you can't come from any further down than that. She's just been consistent and kept focused and prayed for a better day, and that's happened today. But no, it's an enormous effort to come from a wing of 2, and it's also been a problem for her in terms of representing anything in the northern suburbs or Darwin. I mean, she's had to do that really by herself as well as her own electorate. So she's carried a hell of a burden for a long time.
And I remember covering all the dramas inside the CLP in the last few years with the sort of revolving door of the party president until Shane stepped in, and it became really apparent that the CLP had no, and possibly still doesn't really have much infrastructure in the northern suburbs. They've been completely out of the game there for since 2001, basically. And tonight we're looking at, maybe because of her and the efforts of the campaign, certainly, a very comprehensive result there tonight.
Yeah, look, that's very true. That there was, it was the hard work of the candidates in those areas there, but with very little infrastructure in terms of electoral officers and people on the ground and staff and that sort of stuff who may have taken leave to help. Massive effort on behalf. As I said, some of those volunteers were actually sleeping in the CLP headquarters from time to time. They were doing 24/7.
Barry, she referenced the work she has to get onto as soon as tomorrow. A lot of work to do, she believes, to revive the Northern Territory. She said that she wants all Territorians to live in a place that is thriving, that there's a safe community. She also referenced the root causes of crime, getting to the bottom of that. What do you believe they are, Barry, in the Territory?
I'm not sure, to be frank with you. You mentioned before about people coming in from the bush. A lot of countrymen are sick of their countrymen coming in to stay in their houses, and that's caused quite a lot of angst in the suburbs in particular, and also in the closer Darwin seats as well. There has been an enormous rejection of the pressures that's put on Indigenous people living in the northern suburbs and living in Darwin, and the resultant crime that's come as a result of that. Look, to say I've got the answer here tonight to that, it's been described as a complex issue. I take the words from John Williamson's song when he talks about Mount Isa. He says there's a lot more to be understood than trapezing in like a Robin Hood. And I ain't trapezing in on this tonight.
Yeah, it's an interesting, look, you're right, it is so complex. Natasha, I want to talk about Lia Finocchiaro's rise as a young woman. I mean, what does that mean for Territorians, particularly young mums raising their families in the Northern Territory? There are challenges associated with that too when you're at the top and you've got a massive workload for all working parents. But what do you think she'll bring to the role as another female Chief Minister here?
Well, Adam Giles never worked out why Kizzy Apuri always gave me the call as Speaker. It was because I had to go and feed a baby. Like, you just sit there and go, what did I do wrong? But, you know, I think it is really exciting. Like, it wasn't until we had, you know, Claire Martin, really, we had Lorraine Brown before that. But Delia Laurie was the first sort of woman to have a baby in Parliament. Now it's commonplace. So I think that's really important. I think, you know, for Lia, she was there during those 2012 to 16 years. So I really hope that she can, you know, remember back to that and, you know, have some structure and support for her new candidates coming in, because, as I said earlier, when the government does well, the Northern Territory does well, and as a Territorian born and bred, that's what I want to see. So I think that she, you know, you've watched her grow over the years. That first term, I think, was difficult for her, and then, you know, we've just been talking about how there was just a couple of them in the Parliament. So she's got not just the leadership role of being the Chief Minister, which is incredibly demanding, but she's got that leadership role within her team because, you know, they were a team of 7 that have now more than doubled on the numbers tonight. So, you know, that structure, I think, will be incredibly important, you know, for the Northern Territory, so that we don't, you know, the electorate have shown that loyalty to parties and even the incumbency is not there, and so people need to make sure that they do what they said they'll do.
Barry Coulter, how important is it now that the CLP is united so there isn't a repeat of the 2012 chaos that the party saw?
Well, let's hope they've learnt, having gone through that, anybody that was in that period. But, you know, I don't think you're seeing that kind of dysfunctional candidates or elected candidates in that thing today. I think they've learnt their lesson there. They understand what happens if they're not united, and I don't think you'll see a repeat of that.
We've got another seat to have a look at now, or a couple of seats. Tom, what are we going to look at now?
Yeah, we'll go first to the Darwin rural area and Nelson, where the incoming Deputy Chief Minister Gerard Maley is facing off against Anthony Veens, the Labor Party president.
Yeah, and we thought we haven't done Nelson, which is why we're doing it. We've got a couple of quite interesting seats to follow it. Nelson, I think, was always pretty obvious that Gerard Maley was going to be re-elected. Beverly Ratahi was an independent who tried to replace Jerry Wood last time and missed out. She only announced at the last minute this time, so her chances of victory are always unlikely. So Gerard Maley has easily retained Nelson. He already had it with a 22% margin. It's just made it a little bit bigger.
Let's go to Alice Springs and Breitling, where Josh Burgoyne, well, the Greens were saying that they were going to challenge him with Astor Hill. How's that turned out?
Well, I always thought it was possible the Greens would get into second place, but I didn't think they could defeat the CLP. And you can see why Josh Burgoyne's 51%, the Greens 39%, Labor is only 10%. It's important to look at the change in vote here. There was a big Territory Alliance and independent vote last time. There was another Labor member change, ex-Labor member change seat. So the Green vote's way up. They only had a small vote with so much competition last time. The CLP vote is also at 15%, and that's all translating into it's a 2% swing. We expect there'll be a strong. This is projected swing. I suspect the CLP will win that relatively easy. I haven't had a look at that exact number. That's an estimate by us. There's no guarantee that that's the final figure, but I would be surprised if from that primary vote the CLP didn't win that seat. But there's more counting to come.
Now back to the northern suburbs of Darwin, where Joel Bowden, Richmond football player for a very long time, is the incumbent. How's he going?
It's easier to look at this in preferences because we've got a third of the vote nobody's got a third of the vote of the formal vote. So the order of those candidates now, if Labor gets ahead of Justine Davis and Ellie Barton, and the preferences could put both of them ahead of Gary Strachan. And if they get ahead of Gary Strachan, then Joel Bowden could win. If Gary Strachan is in the final two, then I don't think Joel Bowden can only win. Well, it's a three-way contest. We got 1/3 of the vote. There's another, 45% of the vote to come, which will determine the order of candidates. Independents notoriously do not do well with absent votes. So that will be, and a lot of the votes that come are absence and early votes well away from the district.
Let's head down Bagot Road now to Fannie Bay, where there's been a lot of talk about Brent Potter and his role in the government. Suki Doris Walker, the Greens candidate, also presenting a challenge there.
Again, this is the strongest chance for the Greens to win because Labor slipped to third. But they've slipped to third. They're only 2% behind. Let me look at the votes again. I can't look at the votes again. It was only a small gap of about 50 votes between the two, and we've only got 40% of the vote counted. Now, if that order changes, the Greens don't win the seat. So, I mean, I've had someone berating me because we didn't have the Greens definitely given away. You can't give that seat away. You have to count all the votes, then work out the order of the candidates, and that's what's happened there. Let me just look at the change in vote there. It is a very strong result for the Greens. I suspect a lot of this is to do with Lee Point and development issues in northern Darwin. So this is a completely different issue to what's been destroying the Labor Party elsewhere in the Territory, because if there's a swing to the Greens at the same time as there's an overall swing to the CLP, there's two different things going on in an election. At the moment, we've got the Greens ahead in Fannie Bay, but as I said, that is entirely that is only because the Labor is finishing third at the moment. If Labor doesn't finish third, that's not going to be the result.
Let's head up Dickwood Drive now to Nightcliff, where Natasha Files is facing off against Helen Secretary for the CLP and Kat McNamara from the Greens.
Now, I think this is interesting. Natasha Files, 34%. Helen Secretary, 24%. Kate McNamara, 20%. Malila May, 18%. May's preferences will put Kat McNamara ahead of Helen Secretary, and therefore it will become a Labor versus Greens contest. The CLP How to Vote did not recommend preferences for the Greens. It recommended Labor before the Greens. It recommended independence, but it recommended Greens after Labor. If the majority of Labor votes, of CLP votes, follow their How to Vote card, then Natasha Files will be elected on CLP preferences.
That will be pleasing for you.
Well,
how are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, this is politics. Like, there is one thing that's certain, it's the uncertainty. But this is, the scenarios that you play out, because people, will say to you, oh, you'll get my second preference. I'm like, I want your first. But, yeah, we'll just have to see. And those preferences, my understanding, just from some of the scrutiny, is that we're going everywhere. So I'm not even convinced, don't want to dispute the king here, but, it's... and I think the early voting, I could very much see who was on the early voting and engagement, like when Lia was there.
Tasha, we're going to go now to Chancey Paik, the Northern Territory's Deputy Chief Minister. Chancey Paik, what are your aspirations tonight? Eva Lawler's gone. Do you have aspirations to go to the top?
Oh, look, certainly after tonight's result, it wasn't the result that we were hoping for, and we'll continue over the coming days to look at our members who are returned, and we'll work through as a caucus to make that decision.
Chancey, it's Tom Morgan here. How much of a mistake do you think Labor fell into by pivoting so far to the right on issues like crime, like the gas industry? Do you think that tonight's result, in part, could be sheeted home to the fact that the party has tracked a lot more to the right under Eva Lawler?
Oh, look, I think firstly, it's really important to acknowledge that Eva Lawler has done a brilliant job as a Chief Minister in the Northern Territory. She came in 8 months ago and has done a brilliant job and will be remembered as one of the Territory's top Chief Ministers in a tough climate. So, look, absolutely, we'll work through the results from tonight. Territorians always get it right, and they've made their voices heard, and we respect that, and we'll go back now and look at the results and look at the work that needs to be done.
I mean, from the
and
results,
as an opposition, we will start our work now to hold the new government to account on all their commitments.
From the results we're seeing now, 13.5%. Has what was Eva Lawler's effort over the last 8 months? It doesn't seem like it's amounted to very much in terms of turning around the party's fortunes. So, did she do the right thing when she was leader in making those decisions, like a youth curfew, like stronger alcohol laws, and really beefing up police resourcing?
Oh, look, Eva Lawler has been a phenomenal Chief Minister in the Territory, and she's worked with her entire Cabinet on a range of decisions to respond to the challenges that we've seen across the Northern Territory. And we're very proud of Eva and the job that she's done. And the work will continue into opposition to be a party for all Territorians.
I mean, we barely saw you through the campaign. In fact, we barely saw you in the 6 months after your Metcash shares scandal. Was that a sign that maybe you weren't fully supportive of Labor under Eva Lawler and the direction she has taken the party?
Oh, absolutely not. Eva Lawler has been an incredible Chief Minister, and I have served under her very, very supportively. I have the Territory's largest electorate, so I've certainly been out there over the last few months talking and listening to my constituents.
You've got an incredible job ahead now to rebuild the party. Where do you start? I mean, you're down to potentially 4 seats. Where do you actually begin to rebuild Labor now?
Yeah, certainly. We'll take the time over the next coming days to see who is being elected. We'll work through as a caucus to determine the next opposition leader for Labor.
Could that be you?
And then we'll review the election results.
Are you going to openly cast your hat into the ring to become the next opposition leader?
Oh, look, I'm certainly not going to rule it out, but I am going to see who of my parliamentary colleagues is being returned, and we'll do that together as a caucus. We've been a united team for the last 8 years, and we'll continue to be into opposition.
Chancey Paik, thank you very much.
Natasha Files, will you back Chancey Paik?
I think, tonight's not the night for that. Tonight's the night to congratulate the CLP. It's a night for us to look after our colleagues and our staff and our families, and then over the coming days reflect upon. There's, Antony and I were just talking to this side. We've got sort of 4 seats that I think are fairly confident, but there's, I think, 3 or 4 others that we just need to go back with those recounts. And sorry, before we had to jump across, that Eton booth, that Darwin booth, where votes have been cast, we're just, making sure that the anomalies from that are ironed out is probably...
Potentially, you've lost seats like Sanderson, which are, seats that you held on, 13, 17% margins. So, surely there should be some sort of post-mortem tonight on exactly what has gone wrong within Labor and where the party goes from here. And so, what do you think? Where does it need to go?
I've been on the go since 4 o'clock this morning. It's not the right time to do that. As I said, tonight's the time to look after each other, to, acknowledge the incoming government, to do everything we can to support them for a clear passage in, so they, have the best start possible, and for us to, look after each other, reflect upon our achievements. We did a whole, but so much. Legislation, policies, COVID, there's just so much. So we've got the time, I'm sure.
You mentioned COVID. What's interesting is that it was COVID that helped Michael Gunner get back in and get a second term for Labor. But when the Labor government handed down its mandates, its vaccine mandates, we saw popularity towards the government plummet, especially towards Michael Gunner. What role do you think that the COVID vaccine mandates played in the outcome tonight, considering how the impact that it had on Territorians' livelihoods and ultimately their health? I'm one of them. As you know, I've been injured by a COVID vaccine. I've got pericarditis. It's been life-altering.
Yeah. So
what impact do you think decisions like that have had in the broader community?
I think that COVID, and you bravely shared your story, and, our hearts go out to everyone. People lost family members from COVID. So it's that having that impact still on our whole society. There's so many elements. But in terms of how we managed it, at that time we were, following the advice. We were looking at the situation that was before us to try and keep people safe. But I think that that's probably something moving forward, acknowledging, how we can try and, we were talking about aviation before. I think that is still impacted by COVID. We're seeing impacts in our classrooms of children from COVID, whether it's...
We also have Territorians who lost their jobs because of your mandate that still can't be employed.
So, it's probably...
Can you see the anger and the frustration in the community, that there's a large section of this community that feel that your government really hasn't acknowledged them at all? Well, not your government, but the Labor government really hasn't acknowledged them at all.
And during this campaign, I still had people coming up offering support because of what we did do to keep them safe. So I acknowledge the difficulty of COVID, like the divisiveness. No, that's not what we wanted. But, yeah, it's... the points that you've raised, that of course will reflect upon everything. As you said, in 2020 at that start, that Johnston by-election was pretty tough for us before that COVID period. So we'll look at all those structures and move forward as a party.
Barry, how do you get people back to the NT, and not just permanently, but tourists? How do you get them back, and what does the sector need? What do you think will be the focus for the new government?
Well, that's a very broad answer to that, of course. Airfares at the moment are very, very high. The cruise ships seem to be coming. Driving, to have a safe place that you can drive through and feel safe is also very important. That would be a multi-strategy to try and get people to return to the Northern Territory, and they've got to have hope. They've got to believe that somebody's looking after them, and they're trying to solve a lot of these issues that we're facing. And it's not so much coming back, it's to try and keep those people staying here. I mean, our population graphs, we haven't had a population increase, or if it is, it's very marginal for a long, long time. So a lot of work to be done.
One of the interesting points of agreement, actually, between the two leaders that happened at the ABC debate was they were in full agreement about the area of cabotage, which was allowing international carriers to come into the Northern Territory and service domestic routes. You mentioned there the airfares. I mean, that was sort of raised as a thought bubble on the fly at one of these debates. But would you like to see the incoming government move pretty quickly to, bring some competition into the market?
Yeah, look, cabotage has been around for a long time. I was the chairman of Air North for 14 and a half years, and I never seen anything that even looked like it in that time.
Is it a feasible thing, do you think?
Well, if it was feasible, I think it would have been done by now.
But we've seen the Commonwealth Government recently, coming back to the point of migration and population, they've given us carve-outs on those student and some of those migration visas. So that is probably, one thing I would urge Lia to do is, I know it's a Labor Prime Minister, but, he does know the Territory well. He was Infrastructure Minister, in a federal government. So reach out, he's there for at least a yearish. I don't know the dates of the next election, because that cabotage, maybe that can be something special, a carve-out for the Territory, because it does have such an impact on us. So that would be a piece of advice I would certainly, offer.
Yes, would overseas migration, Barry, be an answer to some of the Territory's population woes?
I think it's the domestic market you've got to get back, and it's all about numbers. I mean, you've got to grow it. It takes a long time to grow those numbers. Look at the international flights we used to have here. Go back 20 years ago, Brunei, Singapore, Malaysia, all those airlines have gone out of the Territory's airspace now. But we've got to try and get that domestic pricing back to where it used to be. I mean, it's crazy at the moment. If you want to fly to Sydney or Brisbane even from the Territory, it's very, very expensive.
Yes, it sure is. Thanks a lot, Barry. We'll come back for more analysis shortly, but we're going to go now to the Federal Deputy Liberal Party leader, Susan Lee, who's standing by at the CLP headquarters or party tonight at the Italian Club in Darwin. A pretty good night there, Susan.
Yes, it is, and apologies in a way for the background noise behind me, but nothing can take away from superstar Lia Finocchiaro and her team and just how hard they have worked. to secure what has really been in the Territory's interests all along, and that is a CLP government to bring back development, prosperity, opportunity and optimism. So well done, Lia and her team and the CLP. It's a tough job to win an election. It's a tougher job to win an election from an incumbent government. So it's a good night here, and it has ramifications for the Prime Minister. Make no mistake about that. This result is an indictment on Eva Lawler, Natasha Files and Territory Labor, yes, but it's also an indictment on Prime Minister Anthony Albanese because he has left the Territory behind. He has left the Territory behind. And
can you dive into that a bit deeper? Why is this an indictment on the Prime Minister?
Well, I'm sure your viewers remember when he was eating ice creams at the tennis when Alice Springs was at breaking point because of crime.
I do believe he did go to Alice Springs. I think a number of ministers went there, didn't they? A number of ministers got there to Alice Springs.
I think for 4 hours. But the point is that today Territorians did vote for change, but in leaving these communities behind, the Prime Minister has failed to recognise cost of living counts. Your previous interview was talking about the cost of airfares. Cost of living counts incredibly for these communities, and so does development and resources and promoting jobs and opportunity for the next generation of Territorians. And that's what people here have told me they had no confidence in the current Labor government to do, because the Territory is going backwards. Anyway, it's turned around tonight and it's turning around tomorrow.
We've got a deeply impoverished population in many remote Aboriginal communities across the Northern Territory with very little change in investment in those communities. What would you like to see a new CLP government do in terms of ambition for Aboriginal communities across the Northern Territory?
We do. We have Aboriginal communities across the Territories and in Alice Springs that have been crying out for help for years. And since this Labor government was elected, they spent close to $500 million on the failed voice referendum. Now, when I talk to Indigenous people who care deeply, they're bewildered because they know what that money could have done to support them and their aspirations and the future for their families. And it was simply not committed to them. And I don't see any Indigenous policy from this Prime Minister that actually recognises the importance of those communities.
Susan Lee, many of those remote communities supported the voice, overwhelmingly supported the voice referendum. So there was quite a bit of support for that proposal. Does there need to be more investment into getting those voices out?
Yeah, and maybe they expected this Prime Minister to actually then, notwithstanding the result of the referendum, but to back them in, to come up with policies that look after them, to come up with initiatives that change their lives. And since the referendum, they have seen nothing. And that's really, really important for Territorians, and it was in this result. But you asked me about the plan for the future. Talking to Lia Finocchiaro and her team, there's a terrific plan. It's about keeping Territorians safe. It's about recognising the development opportunities. It's about ensuring jobs. It's about seeing how amazing the top end can be, should be, once was, and needs to be again.
What other lessons do you see here federally for your party and for the Labor Party at a federal level?
Look, the people of Lingiari and the people of Solomon, they voted against the Territory Labor government today, and so we will work hard to secure their support at the next federal election. We don't take anyone for granted, but we know that the mood for change in the Territory can mean that those seats change as well. And I'm thrilled that the results of tonight are giving so many Territorians confidence, because make no mistake, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has left them behind.
Susan Lee, hope you get to enjoy a bit of sunshine tomorrow. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Antony and have a look at how things are shaping up.
Well, let's look at the chamber. Let me see, seats 1. CLP is up to 15, Labor's 4, others 2. 15, 16 starts to qualify as a landslide. 16 is what the CLP won in 2012. There were a couple of elections in the 1990s when the CLP won 16. Labor won, what I think, 19 or 20 in 2005, 2016. So, I mean, this is getting up into that landslide sort of territory. So definitely, I mean, it's a very comfortable working majority, given the fact there are other seats. Let's add a few seats which are likely. There's some counts which are just slow. We get the CLP up to 16. Labor's on 4, others on 2. I think the CLP ended up with 4 back in 2005. Labor had 5 or 6 a couple of times in the 90s, and the CLP, of course, down to 2. So that's if Labor can get to 8, that's what they ended up with in 2012. I think I'll go and have a look at the seats which are, let me see, changing and doubtful. First, the seats are changing. We're giving Blaine, Drysdale, Goyder, Karama, Port Darwin, Sanderson and Wanguri to the CLP. That's 7, and that's 1, 2 in the 2 extra seats in Palmerston, Goyder from the Independent, and then Karama, Sanderson and Wanguri in the northern suburbs. The seats that remain doubtful at this stage, sorry, let's go here again. I hit the wrong button. I don't often get a chance to do this. We've got the CLP ahead in Casuarina, we've got the Greens ahead in Fannie Bay, the Independents ahead in Johnston, and we've got Labor ahead in Nightcliff. So there's a bit of higgledy-piggledy going on there, and I think I have a number of these seats to discuss now. I'm going to start with, I think we were interrupted. Did I do all these seats, Breitling? I think, I'm not sure. Yeah, I've got this seat right. I think I got interrupted. Johnson, Gary Strachan, yeah, I think I did deal with these. I did this earlier. It's that it's just don't know the order the candidates are going to finish. There's a third of the vote counted. There's big early voting centres, there's postals, and there's absence to come. Independents do notoriously badly with absent votes. So what order they finish, we don't know. Fannie Bay, again, on those numbers, the Greens will win. Look at the preferences there. Whether they stay in second place or not, I'm not sure. I think I did do these, didn't I? It's always worth looking at some of these closes again. And I said Natasha Files, depending on the order of exclusion and whether people followed the CLP how to vote card, then Natasha Files would be the favourite on those numbers. Again, there's a lot more numbers to come.
Thank you, Antony. Let's go now to the Northern Territory's new Chief Minister, Lia Finocchiaro. Congratulations. It's your birthday next month, an early present for you. An overwhelming victory for the CLP tonight. What do you put it down to?
Well, look, we've all worked really, really hard for a long time to listen to the concerns of our community and respond with a plan that delivers on their expectations for the Territory. We're really humbled and privileged to be in this position tonight, and what we know is the hard work starts tomorrow.
Lia, congratulations to you as well. It's Thomas Morgan here. I want to ask, you're obviously been now going to be Chief Minister for the next 4 years. What's your first move going to be?
Tomorrow I will meet with the Police Commissioner and the Chief Executive of Chief Minister and Cabinet, and I'll explain and outline to them what we need to do to be addressing crime immediately. This is our #1 commitment to Territorians, and law and order will be the #1 priority, and we will do whatever it takes to make the Territory a safe place.
What are some of those changes that you're going to suggest to the Police Commissioner and the Executive tomorrow? What exactly do you propose you're going to change first up?
That's a conversation we're going to have tomorrow. Obviously, we now move to prepare the legislation ready for our first sittings of Parliament, where we will pass Declan's Law, and it's about supporting our police so that they can be out on the front line, making our community safe, and about dealing with the root causes of crime. So it's an important conversation to have as the first thing I do as the new Chief Minister.
You're going to have a massively expanded parliamentary wing when Parliament returns, whenever it may return. It's up to you, I guess. What's your feeling? How are you going to be able to wrangle what is going to be a wing that's going to double in size?
Well, I'm proud to lead a team with the real world and government experience to change the Territory for the better, and I know that each and every one of my colleagues, they're there for the right reason. They've put their hand up to serve their community because they want to be part of change for the better. And so we are buoyed by the opportunity to deliver on our commitments to Territorians and make sure we're putting their interests at the heart of everything we do, starting with reducing crime, rebuilding our economy and restoring our lifestyle.
Lia Finocchiaro, we've heard a lot about crime tonight. Clearly it was a key issue in so many seats, but what were the other issues, do you believe, that Territorians listened to you on and that were really concerning to them when they went to the ballot box?
Well, we know that cost of living is making it impossible for families to put food on the table. The economy is going backwards. We've had the worst performing economy in the nation for 5.5 years. And that concerns people. The Territory has always been the place of opportunity, and she doesn't hold that title at the moment, but we can turn it around. The Territory of tomorrow is going to be a better Territory than it is today, and we're excited to be part of that change.
I want to ask you about domestic violence and family and sexual violence, which is absolutely devastating in the Northern Territory. You've seen dozens of Aboriginal women murdered in horrific circumstances in the past couple of decades. A landmark coronial inquest has issued a number of very strong recommendations, including looking at the NT Police's workload. Up to 80% of the police's workload is focused on this crisis. What do you think needs to happen to ensure women are being kept safe and to ensure they stop being murdered in the Northern Territory?
Well, we need to roll out the record $180 million investment that we've committed to. We need to have better laws to protect victims, and that's something we've been very, very clear on. We don't want to see repeat violent offenders left on our streets to victimise people, to continue to cause destruction in our community. And so it's going to be a lot of work, but we're up for the job. It's a key focus, and ultimately everyone deserves to be safe.
This was a pretty unique campaign, Lia. 2 women leading up both of the major political parties. It's a pretty comprehensive result for you tonight, and I know that we'll be doing a lot of looking forward to the next 4 years, but I want you to also just very quickly look back and sort of tell me what it was like to, I guess, run against Eva Lawler, and obviously should be hurting tonight. What do you think of, how she must be feeling at the moment?
Yeah, look, I spoke to Eva Lawler earlier this evening, and I really thank her for that call. She's worked incredibly hard. She can do herself very, very proud. She's led her party with passion and commitment, and no one can take that away from her. So even in my speech here tonight in front of supporters and party members, I thanked her for her service to the Northern Territory.
Incoming Chief Minister Lia Finocchiaro, congratulations again, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
In a moment, we'll hear from Robin Lamley, the independent in Alice Springs. But before then, let's get a vote count on how the seat of Araluen is looking, Antony.
Yeah, very low count. I suspect there's just a delay in counting the early voting centre in Alice Springs, which takes half of the vote. The first preferences we're seeing, Robin Lamley's well ahead on first preferences, done much better than last time. Back being as an independent, she gets all that, gets much more attention. She doesn't have the baggage of the Territory Alliance and a party with her anymore. And that's turned into a two-party preferred vote in her favour of 15%. So Robin Lamley's very easily returned as a member for Araluen.
Which was expected, wasn't it, Antony?
It was expected. I mean, the CLP didn't name their candidate to the very last minute, which means either they couldn't get anyone who was prepared to run, or they were just trying to avoid upsetting somebody who might hold the balance of power, which of course she now does not hold the balance of power.
Robin Lamley joins us now. Robin, good evening to you. Your old party, the CLP, is back in power. How do you feel about that?
I predicted it. I thought that there would be a significant swing towards the CLP, and I never for a moment contemplated holding the balance of power. So it's come about again.
G'day, Robin.
I was a part of the... Yes.
Oh, g'day, Robin. It's Tom Morgan here. Congratulations on your re-election. You mentioned that you had no doubt that the CLP would win tonight in an outright majority. Why do you think that was? What sort of tipped or made you think that way?
I think that the Northern Territory Labor government was on the nose. I think they had become arrogant. They weren't telling the truth. And I think they were becoming very lazy in how they were executing their roles. They were letting people down right across the Northern Territory. Of course, crime has become such a serious problem right across the length and breadth of the Northern Territory, and people had just had enough. So I could see in Central Australia people had turned more than ever, but also up north you could just see that the sentiment had changed. They'd had enough of the Labor lies, essentially.
Robin, do you think voters in Central Australia can trust your old party, the CLP, to fix the issues that, you know, cause crime in the Central Australia?
Well, they've voted for them, so they obviously feel that need to give them another chance. I'm getting some feedback in my earpiece, so if I'm not making a lot of sense, that's the reason why. The CLP should be given another chance. It's been a long, long time. Labor have failed, and it's time for a change, and that's what Territorians have spoken.
I know you said earlier you weren't even contemplating the possibility of you being the Queen Maker in the next Parliament because you thought the CLP would win a majority. But did you ever contemplate at any point over the last 8 years rejoining the party?
Of course. I was asked. But I have been an independent, or I have been outside of the CLP now for 9 years, and going back into a political party is just not how I function anymore. I've been effective, I think, as an independent, and tonight's endorsement from the people of Varaluen upholds that. And I thank them dearly for supporting me.
Robin Lamley from Alice Springs, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, a great deal of work goes into bringing you our elections coverage across Australia for the ABC. And before we go, we wanted to pay tribute to a member of the ABC team who died last weekend.
Technical producer and lighting director Rick Hunter worked on numerous election nights with this team during his more than 30-year career with the ABC.
We send our love to Rick's family and his friends. He'll be missed. To our panel now, final thoughts. Barry, a pretty jubilant night for you. We'll let you get off and go party well into the early hours now, if that's what you're inclined to do.
That's not going to happen.
Straight to bed then. What needs to happen now to, as Lia Finocchiaro said, make the Territory a much more thriving place than it has been?
Yeah, well, you know, she's starting work tomorrow. She's meeting with the police commissioner. She's meeting with the head of the Chief Minister's department, and I think we'll leave it at that for the time being. But can I say that a group of people that haven't been recognised here tonight by me, and their success hasn't shown up in the bush seats, but there was a lot of volunteers that spent a lot of time in swag, sleeping on the ground right throughout the Northern Territory, and I'd also like to acknowledge them and their efforts out there in the bush. It's not easy.
Natasha, soul searching will begin after you get a bit of sleep tonight. A lot of members losing their seats and a pretty devastating night for the party. How will you come together to have a look at what's happened to you?
So, acknowledging it's a tough night. Good people lose their seats. That's politics. There's ups and downs. So just, you know, look after each other. And would just like to give Kerry Gardner a shout out. He's a bit of a Labor legend. He travels the bush. He is amazing. And, you know, they're the people that, you know, for 30, 40 years. So, yeah, we'll look after each other, and we sincerely wish the CLP and the new government well. We hope that they can have a constructive relationship with the opposition when we get into that parliament, because when that happens, we all succeed. So thank you.
Thanks, Natasha.
And
thanks,
Tom,
Barry.
Final thoughts from you?
Well, there was a magnitude 3 earthquake in Alice Springs this morning, which I think was a bit of an omen. I mean, what a political earthquake was that? A 12% swing at this point. You know, Labor, the CLP's got an outright majority, and Lia Finocchiaro is going to hit the ground running tomorrow with changing the territory, to, in her eyes, restore hope and opportunity. Natasha there says that she wishes them well. I think most people in the territory hope that things improve here. And for Labor, of course, the key question is who's going to lead them next. It's going to be a very long period of time before they figure that out, I'm sure. But I'd be watching people like Selina Yubo and Chancey Paik. I look at those results and no one saw this coming.
Antony Green, final thoughts from you tonight.
Well, there's the territory-wide totals. Labor just under 28, the CLP just under 50, Greens 8%, about 14 in the seats they're contesting, and others overall 15.7. That change in vote, the Territory Alliance disappearing, CLP up, Labor's primary vote well down, two-party preferred swing of 12.3%. Now, what I've also got the capacity to do is have a quick look at the federal figures from these results. And what you're seeing is in Solomon, that would be a 59% CLP vote and a swing of 17%. And in Lingiari, it would be 58.6 for the CLP and a much smaller swing. Now, these are state results, and this is all very much a reflection on, there are territory results, quite a reflection on the territory government, but they do have a warning for the Labor Party, because the Labor Party's success federally in the Northern Territory seats has stemmed from the period of the Country Liberal government from 2012 to 2016. I mean, the CLP lost both seats in 2016, in 2019 and 22. Now the tide has turned in territory government. Will that be reflected in the federal seats in the Northern Territory? Now I want to quickly do the chamber. The seats which are definitely won, we've definitely given 15 to the CLP and just 4 to Labor. Likely 16 to the Country Liberal, 4 for Labor. Now, Labor could get as high as 8 or 9 at this stage. There's a lot of not very high votes in electorates, and there's a lot of preferences floating around. We don't know the order of candidates, so there's a lot more counting to come. There's no doubt that the Country Liberal Party has won the election and has a substantial majority. I think the question is, in the moment, is what's the position of the Labor Party? How many seats does it end up with? And are there others like Independents and Greens taking seats off Labor in the northern suburbs of Darwin? And I wanted to do one more thing, which is look at the seats which are changing. As I said, we've got the CLP winning Blaine and Drysdale in Palmerston, Goyden in the rural areas, Karama, Sanderson and Wanguri in the northern suburbs, and Port Darwin is in the inner city. And if we look at the doubtfuls, what we have left is Casuarina, the CLP's ahead, Fannie Bay, the Greens ahead, Independent ahead in Johnson, and Nightcliff is a Labor ahead. All 4 of those seats, or certainly the last 3 there, it depends on the order the candidates finish. There's a lot more counting to come, the big early voting centres, and I suspect both the Greens and the Independents may be disadvantaged by the absent votes and the postal votes. So there'll be a lot more counting to come.
Thank you, Antony. And that is NT votes for 2024. The Northern Territory has voted for change.
The Country Liberal Party, led by Lia Finocchiaro, will form majority government, and she'll become the 14th Chief Minister of the Northern Territory. It ends 8 years of Labor reign. The CLP leader says it's a new chapter for the Northern Territory and has promised to deliver a better tomorrow.
The outgoing Chief Minister's Labor Party has not only lost government, Eva Lawler has also lost her seat. At the close of counting tonight, the ABC projects the CLP has won 15 seats, and on current projections, Labor will hold just 4 seats in the next Parliament.
Big thanks to our panel tonight, the former Labor Chief Minister Natasha Fyles and CLP former Deputy Chief Minister Barry Coulter, and earlier the party's current Deputy Leader Gerard Maley.
And our politics reporter Tom Morgan, thank you for your insights throughout the night. And of course our Chief Election Analyst Antony Green for your peerless analysis of the numbers.
As counting continues in the coming days, you can keep up to date with all the latest at news.abc.net.au.
Thank you at home for your company as well from the ABC Election Centre in Darwin on Larrakia Country. Good night.
Good night.